What Raichichu is leaving out is that he has done some shady deals in order to maintain this lead. So Raichichu is currently campaigning to make sure that I get a Raichu plushie, and it is hilarious. I've been laughing so hard, I'm literally crying. I'm literally crying. Oh my goodness, okay. I'm done laughing now, currently, at the moment. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Okay, a bully for Wolf. Wolf, you obviously, are very easy to manipulate because you so easily changed your vote. Yeah. Yeah! Lapras is better. The Lapras doesn't suicide if a bit of water accidentally... If you pour a bit of water accidentally over it. That's true. All of the faces are just so hilarious to me. They are. It's so great. It's so cute. I can't choose one. They're just so good. I love all of them. I slept a little funky, so my shoulders all like tight and uncomfortable. Ugh. Oh, what's that, Morider? We're bringing back the pregnancy gotcha talk again. I don't know that that's a good idea. I don't think we need to talk about the pregnancy gotcha again. Okay, I already humored the thought for way too long collectively throughout the stream yesterday. Oh my gosh, right? Hello, I'm here about your recent vote in the Miri election. gosh. Oh my gosh, Hoops, thank you so much for buying me another one of the Ditto plushies. That means we can get the top 2. Yay! I missed a bread is a bread cooked to raw level discussion yesterday. You did, okay? Cause like, buy 2 Raichu plush. I'm not gonna buy 2 Raichu plushies, okay? I'll get 2 different ones. So the Lapras and the Raichu 2 I guess are the current runners right now. Okay, let's see. Is your friend a whale for having the resources? So, yes, I would argue my friend is a whale, but not for the reason that you think it is. Okay, not for the reason that you think it is. Because she does IVF. So that's why she's a whale, okay? She gets procedures done so that she can have as many kids as she wants, okay? And she's still failing to pull twins. No, IVF. Not IBS, IVF. The only thing I associate with another crab's treasure is Miri's voice and the awful and good terrible discussion we have. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh. I'm already crying today from laughing. This is great. Excellent. 10 out of 10 day and we just started it. Look, Samper! Did you make it home safe? Or are you still on the road? I'm so sorry about all your traveling woes, but I'm glad you're here. Oh boy. I need some water. Ooh. Oh good! I'm so glad you're home. Yes. Take your nap and make sure you update me about your Tales of Symphonia adventures. Okay, I'm very curious about your perspective and your input and everything. Yes, tell me. No. It's just the general thing. Okay, the fact that Raichu is working so hard to make Raichu win. It's hilarious to me. Okay, any commitment to this degree is great. Okay. Hopefully I'll be back later, but if not, all right, sounds good, ladies. Have a good nap. I hope it makes the day a little bit better for you. Hi, Alpha Ocelot. Oh my God. Oh. You know, I was considering since theater redeemed no glasses before even seeing me, I was kind of like, what if I pretended that I hadn't put my glasses on and then he put them on when he redeemed the glasses redeemed, and then I was like, no, because I would just be stealing his points, because I always start with my glasses on. You have no legs today. Well, I'm sure you had legs at one point, I hope. Bolding for Alpha Ocelot. I hope the next time you hang something on your wall, you think you find a stud to put the tack or whatever into, but you miss it and it just falls off the wall in the middle of the night and terrifies you. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. It's really funny because we're having this great and hilarious conversation, but in my ear, the music from Hedda's Code is like so ominous and like evil sounding. It's a really big contrast of my stream and what I'm hearing in my ear, and I think that's even funnier. Accidentally made my hands fart. Whoopsie. What a great day. Happy Friday. It is Friday. Yes, it's Friday. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, ba. Okay. Oh, my glasses are fucked. How did I see through those vines? Miri, what the hell happened yesterday? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not scared of bumps of the night. That's why. Oh, that's why I've been hit in the head so many times. Oh no. Well, I hope your head's okay. What do you mean? What the hell happened yesterday? We were playing Lies of P and we had a great time, just like we've had a great time and streams just started so far. Okay, we have tackled. I had to clip things and couldn't even come up with titles for them. Well, at least you know the one nice thing is that you clipping things made it a lot easier for me to find some moments when I went through to get my clips. But also, I was able to create the highlights with all the details of some of the moments too, like the forks stuff and the and the pregnancy gotch. I still can't believe we talked about that for 7 whole minutes. Almost 8 whole minutes. Hey, Toy! Oh boy. What a day. The curvy woman grabbing you. Yeah. That was another good one. Lots of good things yesterday. Yesterday was a blast. Today is going to be a blast. We've already started off on a great foot, and I laughed so hard I cried a little bit. So, you know, we got that going for us, too. Wah. Who did Miri get pregnant? No. I didn't get anybody pregnant. No. We were talking about the mechanic. Okay, we were talking about the mechanics of if we viewed pregnancy as a gotcha game. Okay, and it derailed and got her really bad really fast, but it was funny and I enjoyed the theory crafting. Okay. What? Raichu isn't winning the votes by enough? No, you don't think so. You can keep working on convincing community members to change their votes. Oh, so funny. So funny. How much is it winning? Oh, it's tied now! Oh no! Oh no, whatever will happen! Raichu Chichu, you said that Facundo would only get the discount if Raichu won, right? Who are my political enemies? Oh, that's so funny. I'm sure, right? Choo-choo-choo's propaganda tactics could make me have a bit of dignity. What? Miri, vote for the Raichu plushie right now. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god. Hi, Ignis. Hello. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Ugh. You know, it's obviously the superior choice. Yeah, but oh my gosh, 6-6. It's still tied. It's getting worse every time I look at it. I mean, the best part is thankfully Hoop came by and got me another one of the plushie diddles. So it's not a complete loss. I will end up getting both of them. Okay, so the top 2 will win and get plushies. So there's that. I'm not getting 2 Raichu plushies. Fuck! I'm not getting 2 Raichu plushies. God damn it! I say your name too often. Lapras then Mew, right? Mess with Raichu. There's no such thing as a Raichu plushie yet. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay. Ignis. I hope the next time you go to feed the stray cats that you feed lately, one of them scratches you. Oh goodness. Oh. We can't let Raichu win this. Jailing! No! Raichu! Don't go into mod abuse! That's fair. I feel like there's generally one like really greedy cat in like a colony of them. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh boy. Hilarious. Hilarious. It's so funny. Right, Gigi? You gotta do better at getting people to vote. Okay. You gotta do better at getting people to vote. Ah. Ah. If we criminalize our opposition, we can disqualify the opposing votes. Yeah. Raichu will lead the way for the Raichu plushie. Yeah, that's what he's working on. Yeah. Ooh. Ha ha ha. Ba 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 ba. All right. Yeah, that's right. Aishika did say that they were working on stickers, but it doesn't look like they actually pulled through with them. You might wanna add them and see if maybe you got distracted or something. Oh man. Okay, another good stretch. All right. Okay, so we're playing Head as Code today, which I looked a little bit more into it to try to get an idea about the duration of the game and like how many endings and stuff maybe there were. And I gleaned, not necessarily about the endings, but like if I needed to beat all of the endings to get the game completed or whatever. But I gleaned that it seems to be a lot like Zero Escape, so I'm really excited for it now. Actually, I'm really excited for it now. So we'll see how that is. We'll see how that is. Okay, Head as Code. Head as Code? No, as Code, not ass. As, not ass. I know there's a very, very minor difference there. I don't know what high cortisol is. I keep seeing people do like low cortisol memes and like high cortisol memes, but I don't actually know what that means. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I have not a single fucking clue. Not a clue. Okay. Stop projecting! Cortisol is the little thing that produces stress in your brain. Oh! Oh! Okay, I see. All right. Boop. Let's see. The poll is tied 6-6. That's so funny. All right. Okay. Maintaining the agenda is a top priority. This is so funny. This is so great. Okay, I didn't think when I made the poll last night, I didn't expect it to evolve into this, and this is excellent. This is great. This is amazing. It's really funny that all the other votes have 0, and it's just a battle between A and B. Yeah. I think Doi specifically changed their vote to be the opposition to Raichu, which surprises me considering I thought they were a couple. You know, they had a baby together and everything, and now they're. Do you think this is what it's like in the courtroom for the custody of their child? They're just going head to head. The myriad mods just ignore the 10 random Discord accounts joining at the same time. Okay. Alright, let's see if there's any options or anything I need to set here. Okay, looks good to me, I guess. Head is code, yeah! Head is code! I don't really know too much about it, but We got it. It was a gifted game from Luxembourg, and it sounds like it's a lot like Zero Escape, which is my favorite game like ever. So we will go ahead and see. We will go ahead and see what we got in store for us. Darkness. Oh, we have darkness in store for us, I guess. More darkness. They say life begins with darkness and ends with darkness. That's probably way more philosophical than my situation was then, because my life had already begun many summers ago, and as far as I was aware, hadn't ended yet. Something else had to have been the cause of this darkness. Clearly, all of this was explained by the fact that my eyes were simply closed. I dozed off earlier, and now I was waking up. That's all. Something did bother me about that predicament. The surface I was on wasn't a bed. While comfortable, it didn't feel like a bed. My eyes shot wide open before at the realization I was on a couch. I sleep horribly on couches, which is why I made a point of never doing it if I could avoid it. Fair. Yeah, I try not to sleep on couches too. If I take a nap, I'm taking a nap in my comfy bed. Something very unusual must have happened for me to consider it. Miri, if I buy you Call of Cthulhu, would you play it? Probably. I do my absolute best to try to play all the gifted streams that I get on stream, if it's from a viewer, because, you know, that way we can all enjoy it together. But I sometimes my computer disagrees, or sometimes I just, you know, sometimes I just don't do it. But I do my best. You know, sometimes I forget them, sometimes whatever the case may be. So I do my best, but I can't 100% guarantee it, no. From behind, I spied 3 people. They were discussing something with utmost urgency. Their tones were hushed as if they were trying to ensure they couldn't be overheard. Did I have any cause for concern? No, that's too paranoid, even for me. They most likely just didn't want to wake me up. I had a feeling that was the case because one of them was Jasmine, and she had no reason to keep anything from me. Okay, so Jasmine, apparently we know prior to the situation, and we're close. Okay. Oh. Okay. I see. We really have to go soon, so I'll keep watch over him if you both decide to go. You don't have to worry. Nothing bad will get through me. Then again, her words implied she was my jailer. Oopsie. I hadn't seen her face to face since maybe 4 years ago now. Oh damn, you already fell in love with one of them. Well, at the very minimum, I know one of them, which mirrors the start to 999 because we knew June at the beginning. So I mean, okay, that's good. Okay. Truth be told, I miss the times I spent with her before. That's right, she's my childhood friend. Yeah, nothing more. Is it nothing more? Except now, she lived on the other side of the country. Unlike the boy next to her who was named Marco. Okay, so this is Marco and we also know him. Interesting, alright. He lived much closer to me. We shared an apartment after all. Oh, okay, so Marco was my roommate. Alright. Once again, we were friends. Nothing more. Oh my god, they got the childhood friend too! We got 2 childhood friends, okay? I don't know. Judging by what we've seen of the stuff in this place, do you really think that's safe for either you or him? He was in disagreement with her plan. His words, unlike Jasmine's, eased my mind about my predicament. She was not, in fact, my jailer. Honestly, though, I wouldn't have minded that. Wait, what did he mean by not safe? Where exactly were we? If I was here with Jasmine and him, it couldn't have been so bad, but I thought maybe I should ask him. Maybe he would have some answers for me, since he's pretty smart. Or would he make fun of me by turning it into a joke like he always did? At least I know I could depend on him. After all, he's got a master's degree in some weird stuff that sounds like mathematics. Nice. Some master's degree in something that sounds like math. I don't know what it is, though. I just know it sounds like math. I forgot what it was, obviously, and it's not that... And I wasn't awake enough to remember it. Instead, I try to remember what could have brought us here. Were we in the landlord's office? My head hurts so badly I had issues remembering anything. Looking around once more, I noticed that we were in some kind of bar, or at least there was a counter with some stools. Yeah, this wasn't the landlord's office. The decoration could use a little touch-up. You don't know what you have till it's gone. Oh, okay. Water. There's a very strange painting on the wall. It looked like a cross with some ominous words around it. It read, "You don't know what you have till it's gone." Yeah, I already read it. I read it ahead of time. Memento mori. Remember the ninth lion. Something like that. A chill ran up my spine as I read the words in my head. This entire place was giving me the creeps, now that I was awake to take it all in. Oh, who the fuck are you? Oh, the little boy woke up. I'm a little boy. Little boy? I looked at my body only to realize I wasn't little. I see. The debate about the votes is still ongoing, huh? Raichuchu's campaign posters my agenda that he's the favorite. So you have a personal vendetta against the party, so your vote is less genuine. So arguably, Raichuchu, if Doi's vote is less genuine because he's anti you specifically in this situation, would that also mean my glasses are back? Would that also mean that Wolf's point is less valid because he is only citing for you because he has an alternate purpose as well? Your vote is less genuine, Miri. No, not me. I mean, I haven't voted. Wolf is correct, so his vote counts. It's the full amount. I see. I was 24. That man, though, I didn't know who he was, but he was much bigger than I was. Judging by the gray hair, he was in his 50s, perhaps. Or maybe he just likes to dye his hair that way. He could just be young and dye his hair, man. You're finally awake. That solves our little problem. I hope we didn't wake you up. No, it's okay. I didn't sleep very well. What the heck is the point of voting? Might as well just go and buy it. I mean, I am going to buy them after stream now because we were very spoiled. I was very spoiled. And that Hoop got me another one, so I can just vote. I could just buy 1 and 2. So really, the votes don't matter at this point. But I think Raichu just wants to be number 1, regardless of the importance of the vote at this point. Cause see, since we've got 2 of them, unless somehow all of the votes go off of one of them and onto something else, I'll probably get the Lapras and the Raichu. God damn it, Lapras and the Raichu. Fuck. Well, Raichu Ditto, it's clearly the most basic and disappointing. Meanwhile, Wolf has the true bias as they are voting for you and not your plush choice. Yeah! That's what I'm saying! You also start messing up Raichu the Pokemon and Raichu the Mon. Well, that's because I say Raichu a lot more often than I say Raichu, and so it feels a little weird now saying Raichu the Pokemon. on. Yeah, it sure beat the bed you just got last month. It sure won't beat the bed you got last month. And by the way, you still owe me for that, remember? I absentmindedly nodded, but Jasmine changed the topic. I was thankful for that, since I didn't want to be reminded about my debts right now. Anyway, Em and Ray came back from exploring a new area earlier while you were asleep. No, he's not the favorite! I feel like if we were to go through and count all the times I say people's names, I think Wolf, I think Lace, I think Facundo, in more order, and probably Doi would probably be the most common occurrences, I'd say. I feel like I say all those names a lot more often than other people. We should all probably head out and find a new place too. Some words she said didn't make sense. M and Ray? What if each counts as an instance of my name? No, they're just parts of your name. Oh, that's an outfit. I had to assume Marco was M and this guy was Ray, but why call Marco M? I was very lost, so I simply nodded, masking my confusion. Whenever you say Rai's name, you drag it out for like a minute. Does she like it more? No, it's because, the ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-ch-choos. It's like a ch-ch-ch-chia, the old commercials from fucking early 2000s, I think. Ch-ch-ch-chia, right? Like, that's the whole reason that I do it. He's gonna start saying, wolf. Yeah, a new place after heading out. I have no clue what that commercial is, but I'm sure it's older than me. I'm sure it probably is, yeah. As soon as I said it, I was like, oh, there I go again, aging myself once more. It makes sense. Part of me wanted to believe this was a weird dream. That was probably the cowardly part in me. The same part was also telling me not to let them know I wasn't up to date with the recent events. Unfortunately, where others might have quieted that part, I listened to it. I always listen to it. It might have been a little on the nose to admit to myself how cowardly I was, but if there was one thing I couldn't hide from, it was that. Yes, Doi? I knew I was a coward even if I didn't look the part. Yeah, we didn't find anything new. Thank you, yes. Makes me wonder if all this is some kind of waste of time. What? We don't have a single clue to the whereabouts of the 9th person. Oh. Whatever. The sooner we explore more, the sooner we'll be out of here. I'll take the punk with me again, and you can go with your girlfriend. That good for you? Girlfriend? What? Wait. I don't know what happened before I slept, but, I was not really opposed to it either because she's cute, and what was I thinking? That man almost got me flustered there for a moment. 999. I said at the start of the stream, this has inspiration or as a lot of comparisons drawn to Zero Escape, which the first game is 9 hours, 9 doors, 9 persons of the Zero Escape series. So it makes sense. But also the 9th, there were 9 men and 9 people in Zero Escape. How? I don't know if that counts as a spoiler or not. It happens within the first hour. So I feel like it's not really a spoiler, but it also could be a spoiler, so I feel like I shouldn't mention it. I won't say it. Okay, that's fine. We won't worry about that. It would be far too embarrassing to reveal that. I did have feelings for her. Kind of. Of course you do! Maybe. Oh, I actually was embarrassed! Shit, there was no no hiding it anymore now. I felt like an embarrassed, clueless teenager. Get a grip, Simon! 9 men, 9 dudes, 9 people! Okay, 9 people! I was... at least 3 girls in there. Yeah, I think there is only 3 girls, actually. Clover, June, and Lotus. I had to say something before my cheeks got any redder. She's not. It's not like that at all. Are you letting his teasing get to you this much? Let's just take the train and go to a new station already. Unless you want to stick around here for a little bit. I took a sidelong glance at her, and she looked as rosy as I was. I didn't think it was fair for her to blame me if she was also embarrassed. Marco stayed quiet, apparently thinking about doing something horrible. I felt an incredible need to leave before he opened his big mouth again. Thankfully, I was saved by the imposing man. Cursed and saved by the same man in the span of 2 minutes. I waited until the one popped up on YouTube before I did that. That ought to be some kind of record. Whatever, listen, does he have a flask in his hand? I'll go ahead when you're all done. Send the punk to me. Don't take too long. I hate wasting time and I hate waiting even more. Ray left the lounging area. In the distance, I could hear the noise of his steps getting fainter and fainter. Some creaking revealed he was going down a flight of stairs. This Ray person didn't seem too friendly, so I took my mind off of him by turning my attention back to Jasmine and Marco. To all those voting, dig deep into your heart and soul and know any other vote is better, but you have every right to be wrong! The latter was a little deflated by what I assumed was Ray calling him punk over and over. Yeah, can't wait for that. Sounds amazing. Woo! Hey, J and S, you sure you want to head out together? Either of you care to mix it up a little? Jasmine categorically shook her head. Nope. I'll go wait down there too anyway. I'll take it the side he didn't go to. When you're done, come down there, okay? And just like that, after a brief wave, she was gone too, leaving me with Marco. He looked back at me, uncertain of how to proceed. Don't make her wait too long. We probably have a minute. I don't want to make Ray wait too long for sure. Whoops. You heard him right. That guy could destroy me with a well-placed punch. That would at least give me enough time to talk to Marco a little if I wanted to die due to a horrible joke or two. Or I guess I could also head out to join Jasmine right away. The tutorial. Do you need a quick tutorial at active searches? I could do it with it. It'll be short anyway. This isn't my first rodeo. I'll pass. Yeah, let's do it. It's my first time. Let's do it. Sometimes there will be moments for you to decide the order in which events happen. These numerous interactive segments will be called active searches, or AS for short. By making choices during these segments, you can have Simon look at some things. You can also choose to talk to characters and get their input when available. Thanks for the lurk, Doi! Wolf, I find you to be very courageous for standing up for Raichu. Standing up for or standing up against? Like, which is it? It's not about Raichu, it's about maintaining the agenda. Miri, schedule-wise, how many minutes can you stuff into an hour? 60. These special choice icons will happen for those moments. The lurk icon will never progress the story. It is only used for supplementary information. However, you may need to select it to find a talk or use icon to progress. Both the talk and use icons are used to progress the story in different ways. The talk icon will be necessary when talking to a character and to trigger dialogue. I hadn't seen a fight like this since my uncles were fighting over my grandpa's lands. Oh my god! The use icon will do what it says. It will use the item in question. I want to use the water cooler. I need water. Note how the talk icon does not necessarily progress the story, but use will always do so. Okay. Use will always do so, but talk won't, and look never will. Okay. Once you've selected anything in this playthrough, the game will save it. On any subsequent playthrough, they will show up as this to let you know you've already selected them. Okay. Note that you may need to reselect some of them to progress, even if they show up as done. This is the only indication that you've read their text at least once. For this first AS, it is not as complicated as there are only two options. You can either talk to Marco or look at, then use the stairs, which will continue the story. Most of them will have something to let you bypass them if you wish to merely skip them. However, you may miss bits of extra information if you choose to ignore these segments. They are mostly optional, so you don't lose much if you wish to skip them. With one exception, when Simon is within an escape room, the active searches are obligatory. Do you want to go through this tutorial again? You bet I do! I love repeating tutorials! No thanks, this was long enough already. Oh no! Why did my nose move? Fuck! No thanks, this was long enough already! I wanted to interact with the water cooler! Hey, M. I keep telling you, Marco's fine when nobody's around, Simon. Apparently, we're just using these nicknames in lieu of our real names, so we don't. Honestly, I don't know. Jay came up with that. I'm just glad nobody here has a name that starts with the same letter as mine, or it'd be really awkward. Yeah. That wasn't too smart. On the other hand, it could be sweet. You know, like M&M. I shook my head. No, I didn't know, and I didn't want to know. Everything he touches turns into a joke. Kind of like Midas, who had the power to turn anything he touched into gold. I didn't want to be turned into a joke myself, so I saluted to part from him. Yeah, I should head out too. Ray will get mad. Why is Ray the one that isn't just called R? Yeah. I wondered why he was named Ray and not something like R. But that would be like admitting I was a lost little lamb, and that's really not cool. The last thing I wanted to do was give him more ammo for his stupid jokes. You know, for them being roommates, it sounds like Simon really doesn't like Marco. Since Marco went back to hanging around in silence, I left him be. It would be a good idea for me to postpone joining Jasmine down the stairs, so I moved as if to leave the place. I'll see you later then. Remember, you owe me a pizza every week for the next 6 months. I'm not gonna let go of it this time. Marco's words reminded me of something. I focused on that while grumbling some farewells back at him. From my uniform side pocket, I pulled out a cap, which I nervously adjusted back onto my head. I kept it stashed away whenever I could, but right now, it might give me some courage. My boss wasn't here, thank God. If she saw me without my cap on, if he saw me without my cap on, he'd probably give me a truckload of swears. Normally, I hated wearing the damn thing, and here, it was kind of comforting, at least a little. Miri, can we have pizza slices for the next 6 hours? If you buy yourself a pizza, sure. When did I last have pizza? There should have been some leftover slices. Was it the day before yesterday? Maybe I'd have some pizza. It was comforting comforting because it was one of the few things that felt normal. I went down a flight of stairs on the opposite side to the one Ray took earlier. There was some kind of little lobby between the stairs and what was beyond. Stepping outside, I found myself in the last area I thought I'd emerge into. I was in the metro. It was the underground train station connecting sections of Montreal together through multiple colored lines. The more I looked around the station, the more this didn't make any sense to me. I gave up trying to understand exactly where the hell I was because no matter what station this was, I knew for a fact that none of them had a spacious bar upstairs. At least, there was no open bar like that directly after taking the first flight of stairs. That didn't make any sense. Jasmine came out of nowhere, having patiently waited for me down here. I remember that I found this game during the I need more 999 games message. Yeah, that's totally fair. I when I was looking for stuff for thumbnails, I had saw somebody had said that this was like F-Zero Escape had another game and that was indie or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm interested. I'm interested in this. Yes. Earlier, the others said they went out to the infirmary. How many people are there? Well, we know there's 9 guys, because the 9th person is missing, right? Well, 9 people, I suppose. So if the 9th person's missing, that means we probably have 8 others. A total of 8, rather. Counting me. So, we're probably going past that now. Guess we got some time to kill before the train arrives, huh? How come you don't give us pizza every week for the last 6 months? Because I don't have money for that. How would I pay for everybody's pizza? Straight to the point. Not even a hello. I assumed this place didn't really have her in a jolly mood. I was completely lost, so I just nodded. However, I had a feeling Jasmine had picked up on my confusion. Taking a glance to the other side of the station, I saw Marco and Ray in the distance. Well, like she said, we had some time to kill before the train arrived. I was curious about the place, so I could either look at stuff or talk to her. I probably need to talk to her sooner or later, so it's just a question of when. Okay, so this is letting me look around and have more freedom than the first choice. Yeah. Funny, I didn't remember the walls being like this in any station I'd seen. I hadn't visited all of them though, so maybe this was just how this station was. Station walls certainly varied wildly depending on where you were at. Some of them had brick walls, while others were tiled. Some were pristine, some were decorated with graffiti. Some of them were featureless, and some of them had ads all over the place. Oh, Alpha Ocelot, thank you so much for the 100 bits! Giraffes have only 7 vertebrae, same as humans, yet their spots act as unique individual fingerprints. Yeah! Thermal windows? Oh, I didn't know about the window part, but I didn't know that the spots were unique. I don't know, Miri, you're a published author. I'm sure you can write a pizza for everyone. What? I mean, technically, I'm not a published author because I only have the audiobook that I made, which isn't like published like by a company. I'm just a writer. Unfortunately, I haven't been published. There was the open doorway we used to access the metro. Metro 2. The door was thick and heavy looking. It was a sliding door. So from here, it looked like a solid block of metal embedded inside the wall. What is... what is defined as a published author? Because you published a book in audio form. Yeah, but it's not really, like, easily accessible. It's not like a written book. It's only in audio form. So I would argue that would be more like not quite published. I would say if I published a book where you could actually like read it instead of just listen to it, that would be different. Whether it's self-published or not, but it's just me posting my recordings on Coffee, which isn't quite the same, I think. That wasn't there the last time I came in here. All the screens used to be suspended, but this one was mounted on the wall with 4 mega large screws behind it. Currently, it was powered off. That TV was bigger than any other I'd seen. Clearly that must have cost a fortune. Marco would lose his mind if I brought something like that back home. Especially as it would be considered theft. Miri published the book. My English is still really shitty. Help. Well, so, you know, the thing about that, Facundo, you're able to understand me speaking like this just fine. Do I use more complicated words in my audiobook that I just don't even think about? Or is it like the I don't know. I feel like you would be able to understand me across both mediums like this. On second thought, it was best to not just not mess with it. Danger! Staff only! That's what it said. The little maintenance hall was shrouded in darkness. That's where the staff usually went to fix all of the subway's problems, whenever it had any. Unless we had some sort of key, we wouldn't get back there. Okay. Only maintenance dudes were allowed to go in, so I had no idea what was inside. It was too dark in there. Oh, my shoulders. I could barely make out some kind of weird metallic gate. If Jasmine wasn't going in, then I assumed it was locked, and searching it wouldn't help me in the least. Next to the little maintenance hall was a little yellow stripe on the ground, which stretched across the entire border of the station. If I stepped beyond it, I'd fall onto the stairs. Those were the rails used to guide the trains around. They're pretty dangerous. A sign next to them said 750 volts. Yikes! If I touched that, it would kill me for sure. You've been acting a bit lost. Are you sure you're all okay there? I didn't really know how to tell her. On one hand, I didn't want her to find out I had no clue about what was going on when they all clearly did. I don't know. I don't know what I did. Gregarious? Maybe Gary. I don't know how to say that word. I didn't use that word. I didn't use that word if I can't actually say it. It would make me look like I didn't have my stuff together. On the other hand, I was at a severe disadvantage not understanding. Well, see, it's like that. I'm a little lost right now, to put it simply. Like, I just woke up, but I have no idea how I even got here. Luckily for me, Jasmine was a kind person who always had my back, and she listened. Finally understanding what nagged at me, she began explaining in vague terms. I think I know what you have right now, and that sounds like amnesia to me. It describes people who are outgoing, sociable, and fond of the company of others. Oh, I see. It's probably super dangerous if I go too fast due to how all the memories are like locked in right now or something. I'll just take it slowly then, assuming it's temporary. My favorite Ace Attorney Investigations character, Gregarious Edgeworth. Oopsie. I guess I can explain the minimum to you so you know and understand enough, at least. If you say so. I don't really know much about amnesia, but I still want to know what's going on. Where is this place? Who's Ray? Jasmine nodded comprehensively. We then proceeded to move to a more open area of the station so she could tell me everything while we waited for the train. A cataclysm! Alright, so listen closely here. You must have noticed we're in the metro, and you know this place is the place that links all of Montreal together. I honestly don't know who Ray is, so I'll talk about what I know. There are 5 color-themed lines, but you already know all this. What's really important is the fact that we're actually stuck here. There's no way out. We've already tried to force the doors open, no dice. Instead, as some weirdo with a mask told us, we had to play some kind of game. I felt a shiver run up my spine at that. This felt a little like one of those escape the room new age reality games. Except for the fact we were clearly not playing to be entertained here. Most of all though, this place is really dangerous because if we disobey the rules, well, we're going to die. Though I guess that weird man said it like, we'll get punished, but he did explain what that entailed. I swallowed. She had to be joking. Surely it wasn't real and it was just someone toying around with us. It was then that I noticed the collar that Jasmine was wearing around her neck. Come to think of it, Marco and Ray had also been wearing a collar like that, hadn't they? I didn't even notice. I didn't even need to check my own neck. I could feel one there too. I decided against touching it. It seemed dangerous somehow. We have to find someone with the number 9 to leave. So far, we aren't finding anything, no matter how much we explore. Okay. We're supposed to go to each station in a pair, you see, because... I waited for her to continue, but it took a while. And as the seconds passed, I could tell she was trying to. I felt she was trying to stop herself from giggling. Because this is the dating game of... it sounded really, really serious and scary and ominous and like, dangerous until she said it's called the dating game. Oh, I get to go on a date with Jasmine! Yay! Before she explains this, I'm going to relish in the fact that we're dating now and she's my girlfriend and I'm going to take a 5-minute break. So I'll be right back. I got some string cheese, and I'm back. Just gonna open it really quick. Thank you. Glad to be back. The string cheese package was a pain to open. Okay. All right. This is because this is the dating game. We're playing the dating game. Yeah! We're dating now! Pretty much all my fears left at that moment. And instead, I was staring at her with the same irresistible desire to laugh. Thank you, glad to be back. Never mind, we can keep the audiobook. I just had to pay attention and suddenly I understood the words. I feel stupid now. What do you mean? You're not stupid. I feel like that's fair. Considering you're listening to a book in a second language, I feel like that's totally fair that it would be a little hard to understand if you aren't paying complete attention. Hey guys, okay, I'll have fun. I'll be back. See you later. I almost said be back later. I just got back. I'm not gonna be back later. Okay. What the hell? The dating game? We're definitely being toyed with here. That's what I think. No. Just as suddenly as the mood shifted to something lighter, it reverted to something rather uncomfortable as Jasmine stared at me, no longer amused. With the most serious tone in the world, she completed her thought. As ridiculous as the name is, someone might have died already. Oh! A glacial feeling spread through me from my feet, crawling up along my legs to latch onto my back. It was tightening my stomach, creating a knot in my throat. Wait, might? There's no way that's a joke, there's no way. That's a joke, isn't it? And besides, might? So you aren't sure? Jasmine looked at me as seriously as she could ever be. It's not a joke, and about the uncertainty, it's complicated. What's that, Doi? But if what I saw was real, someone really died, so as funny as the name is, this is real. Don't start getting complacent on me. This is dangerous, so don't do anything to put yourself in danger. Okay? Nom 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 nom. She looked discouraged at this point. Before she spoke more, a train arrived at our platform. I waited for a few seconds, looking at Jasmine, who looked back at me. Then I looked at the train again. Hi, Clover. The dating game, huh? That was a stupid name. And yet, as she walked forward and tucked me onto the train, there was no avoiding it. I was going on a date with Jasmine then. My friend just stopped by the house, and they were just in a city 2 hours ago and found a new flavor. I told them I couldn't find it here this morning, and they brought me a can! Yay! That's great! That's awesome! A date that could very well kill me. I had absolutely no clue where we were going. I was having issues thinking about it due to, well, everything else. The situation was still alien. One thing was for sure, I had been told, all I had been told was making me feel nauseous. Yet, for all it was, I couldn't sit down. Normally, I would have. I just needed to do something familiar yet, in this familiar yet unfamiliar place. I can't read. Clover, I can't read. Your butt's in the way. A three-step ding-dong echoed, signaling the train was leaving the station. When it took off, I reflectively grabbed onto one of the beams for support. Crap! Those things were full of germs! That's why I usually sat down. I had to wash my hands soon. Oh great, we're germaphobe. Okay. Miri, did you always have motion sickness? If so, was it always at the same scale? And does it affect air travel? It does not bother me when I'm on planes. I actually love going on planes. They're so much fun. I take Dramamine for all, like, for boat rides. So, it has not always been the same. And I did not always have it. When I had a neurology appointment, I remember one of the doctors, when she was looking at my eyes, told me I had astigmatisms, and she said people with astigmatisms most commonly have motion sickness. I'm pretty sure. Man, you might be about to die. What do you mean that's full of germs? Right? What a dramatic thing. Anyway, and it's gotten worse with age, and she said that that's common. I'm pretty sure. I know she definitely pointed it out. Or maybe that was about the migraines. I don't know. I remember the neurologist talking about me having motion sickness being common for some defect I have. Yes, I have glasses primarily for my astigmatism, so that things don't have light beams shining off of them when I am in the dark. You know, it doesn't really bother me too much. But that's mostly why I have glasses. My eyesight's actually not terrible. It's only like minorly bad. It's mostly for the astigmatisms. Pro-chain stations security day. At least that was familiar. Oh, the announcer speaking as a lady's voice, whose entire job had been to record public service announcements for those who use the metro lines. They were in French because we're in Montreal, of course. Translated literally, it's just next station with the name of the station. However, the station wasn't named correctly. The messages must have been changed, but why? Did they want to make it clear that what we'd find at each station? Or were they worried about copyright? Nah, couldn't be that stupid. Since we had some time, I decided to strike up some conversation with Jasmine. Oh. That's a lot of conversation topics. The current situation. According to the name of the dating game, we were going on a date. Wait, what was I thinking? A date? In here? Once again, the feeling of nausea overcame me. Why wasn't I happy about that? It must have been because... Yes, it was a date, but considering the callers, the eeriness of the location, and everything else, it didn't feel like one. I was just thinking about how all of this is so weird. I still can't wrap my head around it. We're not really in the metro, are we? Well, so far it looks like we are. Whoever that smiley guy is, he seems to be able to remodel the stations to his own. Or on his own. I can't believe that. Smiley guy? I had to ask her about him. What about that guy then? Oh, he's kind of the mastermind behind all this, I guess. He looked really weird, like some kind of cultist. Whatever we're in, it's not good. Yeah, isn't it very tasty? I really like it when I first start sipping it, but when I get down to like the bottom quarter, I kind of get tired of it. So I don't buy very many of them, but they are very good. They are very good. I mentally agreed. How did I even get into this mess anyway? I don't remember pissing off anybody important. I was just a guy who studied artistic stuff. Had I delivered the wrong pizza to the wrong person? No, even that didn't make sense. She mentioned occultists just now. Had I angered some kind of cult then? The chances of not only me, but also Jasmine and Marco having done it were slim. There was no way it had anything to do with Ray, was there? He was big and menacing. He had a physique that could let him move heavy objects around. If someone could have done all this, And that person had to be strong, or they had a lot of help. The train stopped at a station. Oh, I don't even get to ask all of the questions, just one of them. Seeing as Jasmine wasn't moving to leave, I didn't either. I had to follow her lead, at least until I understood my predicament better. Instead, I took a seat on one of the various colorful benches scattered about. The last thing I wanted to happen was her to think I was useless. As I say, texture is 10 out of 10, flavor is 9 out of 10, fizz is 9 out of 10. Yeah, it's pretty good. Miri, please don't go on a date in the metro with a cute pink-haired girl. I don't want you to die. Well, thankfully, I've only been on a subway once, and I got motion sick. And there's no subways here, so we don't have to worry about that. Is subway different than a metro? Actually, I got mine sugar-free. Yeah, I don't like... I'm not actively trying to lose weight, but I'm also trying to lose weight, if you get my drift, so I generally get sugar-free versions of drinks when I get them. I generally do. That way I can drink it without calories. I think they're the same. I believe metro is just a more formal terminology. Oh, okay. I needed a rest to be in shape. But I'd already rested on that couch, no. Unless I was carried there. Hey, what are you thinking about? Pro-chain station, laboratory. I'm trying to maintain weight. Yeah. Basically like that. Yeah, kind of. What's kind of shocking me is that you couldn't go through all of the dialogue options on the flavor test. Well, maybe it's just like one question per stop. And so I need to, be very careful about the questions I ask. Let's see if I'm prompted for questions again. The announcer cut her off rather rudely as the train set off again. I don't know. If anything's the matter, you can tell me. We're in this together. She flashed a smile. Yeah, she was dependable to a fault. Okay, yeah, we get more questions again. I'm gonna go with the current year, I think. And then hopefully we'll get another opportunity, and I'll ask about my mental health, I guess. Just making sure, we're still in 2022, right? Of course! What, did you forget that too? Or are you just making sure you didn't leave the stove on for 7 months? Wow! No, I remember everything normal, like your name, your occupation, my own name. I just forgot what we're doing here. Just making sure things are still normal, you know. Short-term memory loss, then. I see. It's not really that big of a case of amnesia, then. But yes, we're in 2022, where the year where nothing goes right. Isn't every year like that anyway? I thought back to 2020 with a large-scale virus outbreak we lived through. Oh, okay. Same year also had tons of riots over injustice and racism. Oh, okay. And 2021 was... Don't even mention it. I don't know. I think it's looking up now. I'm just joking. At least nothing major happened yet. There is no virus outbreak this year. Or terrorist attacks or crimes committed by teens. No school shootings that I can tell. And also, they've restocked my favorite limited brand of pizza. I had to change the subject before we got onto the topic of pizza. Before I could do anything else, we arrived at the laboratory. Jasmine shook her head when I rose up to my feet. This one's already done, so we don't need to go there. Oh. And the next one, that's the same one the others chose to go to. Oh, right, you don't know about them. I don't mean Em and Ray. We're 8 total in here. There was something that didn't feel right, somehow. The amount of people was 8, but that wasn't what was nagging at me. What was nagging at me was the train's trajectory. Pro-chain station, infirmary! The year is 2177. There are no countries. Humans reproduce in cloning vats. You belong to the company. Well, we're not there yet, thankfully. I don't know how much of a nerd this will make me look like, but one of her poses reminded me of your PNG tuber. Well, that's great. I think I know exactly which one, because there's one with the hand up, and that was my pose as a PNG tuber, yeah. I had to ask her about it, but first I wanted to catch up with her some more. It was, for all I knew, the only opportunity I might have had to do so in here. Okay, my mental health. So, how are you feeling now that we're on the train? It seems like this whole thing is taking a big toll on you, isn't it? I felt tired and slightly ill, and a headache was creeping up on me. With her trained eye, she could easily see that. It was the eye of the artist, because she was a graphics designer. Yeah, wherever we'll be going, I hope you don't mind if I rest there a bit. If there's anywhere to rest in it. A vague memory came back to me. I'd been in this train with Jasmine and Marco before. Right, I was taking it to go somewhere. To go home? Was it? Thinking about it too much was making my head hurt, but I gave it a real effort. Something about going home with the train, and I remembered. Okay, no remembering. The pain was too much. My head was telling me no, I couldn't do that. Honestly, I wasn't about to argue with it. If you want, I can take care of what we'll have to do by myself there. No, it's okay. I just need to sit down a little, probably. Not for too long, though. I really didn't want to look useless. Not with her. I genuinely wanted her to think well of me, and this whole thing was just one big obstacle to overcome. I brought everything back to my earlier thought, deciding that was enough for now. My available time before the train arrived at our destination was getting shorter and shorter. So, couldn't we just ride the train all the way to the end? No, it's impossible, because this train seems to stop at a station we haven't cleared, and it doesn't move then. In short, when it stops, it doesn't go off again. A group of two must leave the train. The next one's already taken. After that is ours. That was simple enough. She really knew everything that was going on, huh? I was about to confront her about that, since it might give me an idea for how long this whole thing had been going on. But then the train arrived at the station. I expected it to go off again, but this time, contrary to what she said, the next station was not our stop. The train didn't move to leave. I had a bad feeling about this. Seeing as this was apparently our destination, though, we both left the train momentarily. Huh, it looks like this station is actually free to explore. Is that a problem? But now that I asked, I remembered what she said earlier about the others. She took the lead, stepping further ahead of me, closer to the doorframe. Yeah, that's really weird because the others went here. Two of them did, an older guy and some really weird girl with a mask and headphones. Hey, anybody here? Jasmine called out to the station, but there was no reply. Thanks, Ascari, yeah, you too! My stomach tightened as a flash of a thought went through my head. Jasmine said someone died already. Could it be... Did the others also? No way! They'd be fine too. For sure! I shook my head to get out of that stupor. Looks like there's no one, so... The train had already gone, and the only way back was to cross the rails to take a train from the other side. I have a feeling I love this girl with a mask and headphones. I don't even know what she looks like. Well, she may be dead. Okay. But the rails were definitely too dangerous to cross. Giving a glance over there, I noticed it. The indication. 750 volts. That's the voltage going through those rails at all times. If we touched them, we were toast. Not to mention, crossing was dangerous because what if a train was coming? A much safer alternative was to go up the stairs, cross to the other side using the station above, and then come back down below. Or back down there. I was going to suggest it, but Jasmine had things to tell me. Looks like this is where we're going. I could have sworn the others were here, but the door is open, which means they've either solved this place already, or they didn't come here at all. And if they solve this place, the train should have left earlier with us inside it. Which means this is ours to deal with. Do you feel okay now? Yeah, I can handle myself. Okay, good. Yeah, it's this pose, isn't it? Isn't it, Facundo? It's this one right here, isn't it? Upstairs, we're going to have to solve some stuff. All the places here are kind of like escape rooms. You know what those are, right? Yep. I'll take care of most of it since you're still, not sure entirely caught up. But I might need help. Sure. Hey, how do I ask this? There's no time limit or anything, right? Nope. We could take a week and we'd be fine, but we might need to eat and drink. So I guess our time limit is our biological functions. Say, you know a lot about this place, Jazz. I changed the topic for something that had been bothering me. We can make the day worse with some more Miri election discourse? I don't think that would make it worse. I think that would make it better, actually. I think that would make it better. I'm not sure about the hand on the waist, but close enough. Yeah, my PNG had my arm out when my hand was up like that, I'm pretty sure. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. She looked at me with a smile and a wink. Oh, I'm just perceptive, that's all. And besides, it's been a few stations already, so I'm getting the hang of it. Hey, welcome back between 3 and 25. Though you should probably just call me Jay here, so people don't figure out our names. I don't know how much Smiley can hear us here. I don't want to leave him anything compromising if he just took us at random. Smiley, is that right? As much as I'd like to ask about him, you probably don't know any more than I do, huh? Who's that? She's a childhood friend who we're going on a date with. Yeah. She nodded and walked into the open staircase. I followed along, though when I entered, I stopped there for a bit. There was a good reason for that. The staircase was the same as the lounge, but when I entered, the door closed behind me. Let's shut off on our way back out. On a date, she's taken an unsmash. I mean, arguably, so the reason we're on a date is because this game is called the dating game, but it's an escape room killing game. So I don't necessarily think we're actually on a real date. Just the mechanics of the game, we are on a, quote, date. Yeah, I don't think we're on a real date. It's just the mechanics of the game, right? I took a glance over towards Jasmine, but she had already gone upstairs. Hey, come up too! Yeah, coming! While we didn't have a time limit, I couldn't stay down here and be left behind. Once again, the thought that I didn't want to appear useless came over me. That's right. I had to join her in the search of this place. Thank you, Doi! I don't know what I get the luck for, but I'll take it. BRB, please tell me if you get to kiss the cute pink-haired girl. Okay, I will. With the only one way to go forward, I took the stairs. Arriving at the top, I saw what she'd meant much earlier. I remembered this station as being a completely different station. Inside it was an actual infirmary. I was a little bit surprised by that. Perhaps I hadn't believed what the announcer told us before. Oh, there you are. This room has a lot of weird stuff. It's not weird, Jay. You just haven't been in an infirmary before, have you? I don't think so, no. I already searched these drawers over here. I remember that I needed to wash my hands. After touching the stuff in the train, I really needed a good rinse. There is a sink next to the counter, so I made a beeline for it. Have a good one, Doi! You know, that makes sense. I should have cleaned my hands, too. You didn't? That's definitely a sin in one of our existing religions, I'm sure. Hey, hold up. I was going to do so now that you reminded me of it. I'm not a heathen or anything. You better repent, that's right! I just meant to tease her, but I don't know if she took it that way. Not too far. There was some sort of bed. It looks comfortable. Hey, you don't mind if I take a nap, right? It'll be quick, just a few minutes. Not really. I'll go search elsewhere in this place for a while, and then you can come back here later. I'll holler if something's wrong, like if some slime monster crawls out of the sink now that I woke it up by running the faucet. Oh, that's just ridiculous now. And yet she moved away. Did I finally get back at her? I don't know. But one thing I knew, this bed wasn't going to give me a good nap. Maybe that's why I didn't sleep on couches too. No matter how comfortable they were, when I woke up I always felt like shit. Fair! That's why I don't nap on couches either. I always wake up feeling like all like sore and stiff and tired. And I never feel like it was a good nap. This rest was just what I needed. Now lying on the bed, I closed my eyes and drifted off. But the more I tried to sleep, the more I couldn't. The bed was remarkably uncomfortable. I didn't notice it until I was on it, but it was kind of hard. Like I had seen countless use and hardened with time. It was probably used for short examinations. Go figure, we were in an infirmary and not a luxurious hotel suite. I rose back up while grumbling some profanities. All in all, the entire process had taken a few minutes. I wondered what Jasmine was doing now, but since she wasn't around, I didn't need to call for her yet. Wait, maybe if I search around, that might be helpful. Yeah, this was a fairly spacious room after all. Jasmine wouldn't have to do everything by herself. And then she'd be grateful, and it would be a successful date. Oh no! We lost our Doi and your Doi has tumbled! Are they okay? They didn't hurt themselves, did they? Heh, that was probably just wishful thinking. I didn't think I could ever get to her level. Slapping my cheeks with both hands, I woke myself up. Theater, thank you for the 75 streak, and things are pretty good here. Yeah, we got Raichu campaigning for the Raichu plushie. I got a second plushie, so I'm going to be getting both the first and second spot plushies. I laughed a lot. It gave me a little bit of a headache, unfortunately. Oh my god! We're chilling, yeah, we're chilling. We're taking in the story, yeah. 2 Raichu plushies. Alright, Simon, now's the time! It's time to search the shit out of this place and call for her when I find something cool. Crack the code! Oh, okay, very fancy. I want to look at this first and foremost. The poster was made of crude drawings depicting weird things about the eye and the brain. It was written in a language I didn't understand. Or maybe it was just too complicated for me. Whoever drew this had no artistic talents whatsoever. Alright, have a good one! Have a good one, theater! The fan was turned off, making this room a little hotter than it should have been. Maybe I should open my window, actually. I think that's what I'm gonna do. A little open window. Okay. I could have thought up something cheesy like, it's hotter because Jasmine was here, but I didn't. Wait, damn! I thought it up at the end since I had to think to point it out, didn't I? Hey, look at that again. Even if I could take off the grating and the blades, which I couldn't, I wouldn't fit in here. Neither would Jasmine, most likely as a result of all the cake she loved to eat so much. Wow! Someday I needed to tell her to lay off eating more since it just made her butt bigger! Guy! No! That's not what you do, Guy! Just let her eat all the cake and have a big butt! Like, it's not a problem! It's not a problem! I figured some people might think it's a good thing, but her health's on the line here! Yeah, what? No! Let her be happy! Let her be happy! Three shelves are mounted above the surface of the counter. I don't know I didn't know if anything on them would be useful. There are some glasses, a radio for some reason, pill bottles, a box. Nothing I could really use or combine in any way. Yes, exactly. You should force her to eat the cake to make her cake bigger. Well, I don't know about that, but if she wants to eat cake, she should be allowed to eat cake. That's entirely her own decision, and she should be allowed to do that. You shouldn't scold somebody for enjoying something, right? This escape room sucked. Even if we weren't timed, I still felt as though I wasted some time with this side. Also, it made me wonder about the purpose to all this. If this was called a dating game, why would they put us in a room that encouraged us to split up? Wouldn't the idea be that we'd cooperate by doing something together? I shook my head. Back to the search. The handrail had some screws. I wondered if I could somehow take them off. This bed was a bad bed. Bad also kind of looks like the word bed, where it's got the... Never mind. This was really all I had to say about it. Nice. It was just a sink with cleaning supplies under it. Well, it depends on what they're enjoying. If they enjoy murdering people, then maybe scold them, but not cakes. That's true. Yeah, that's fair. Like, what people eat is their choice if they like their food. But yeah, but probably shouldn't let them eat like people if they like eating people. True. Yeah. It was just a sink with some cleaning supplies underneath it. Nothing worth noting. It was still just a sink. It even worked correctly. Both faucets made water flow, but it was still a sink and nothing else. And why can't I keep examining it? Oh, it's so shiny though. I could see my face reflected in the sink. This was a marvelous sink. I was lost in my own image. The time passed and I didn't feel it. All I could see was the sink. All there was in the world was the sink. Praise be to the sink. Wait, what the hell? For a moment, I felt like my existence was slipping away. One of God's commandments was not to worship false deities. In that moment, I decided to take that advice and get back to the search. Love the sink. Okay. Where's the exit? Check the map during any active search. Nice. Okay, I guess we gotta go through here. Miri, spring has sprung and I'm dying of allergies. Oh no! I'm so sorry, party! Yeah, it is that time of year. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about that for a little while. We just got some snow recently, so I'm still good for allergies. This cupboard was locked. No, wait. Only one of the doors was locked. The other one opened after I messed with it a little bit. Inside was just the coin. Nothing big. The coin itself was a little bigger than a $2 coin. On it was a large engraved 8. Was it worth $8? No way! Coins were worth up to 2, not 8. Still, it seemed useful for something or another, so I pocketed it. Okay, so I imagine now we can unscrew things with the big coin. I wonder why this was called a cupboard. Was it because people first put cups inside of them? Well, that's not a board, that's a box. Wouldn't it be better to call them cup boxes? The surface of the counter was so shiny. This had been cleaned with utmost precision. Too bad there was nothing else of interest there. Aha! The 8 coin I found earlier unscrewed the screws, preventing me from getting screwed out of whatever it hid. Accidental cause of death for a typical voter of A! Are you talking about party? Right, Inside inside of one of the ends was a small USB stick. It was probably safe to call Jasmine over since I found something important. I could also take a look around the room some more if I really wanted. No, all we really need to do is call Jasmine because I've examined the entirety of the room already. Hey, Jay! How fareth thine searcheth? I'm just saying they voted for A and they happen to be having a bad experience. Yeah! Is that so? I I heard some rustling from a nearby area. Soon enough, Jasmine wandered back into this section, clutching in her hand a key. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? I hold in mine grasp an object of value with which thine heart I may unlock so. Whoa, hey, whoa, you're Jasmine, not Juliet. Hey, we're supposed to call her fucking Jay, Simon! With her fist pushed onto her hips, looking annoyed, she stared at me like I just ruined a joke. Remember what I said about the nicknames? Oh, shit, she was right. Okay. You're Jay, not... You're Jay, not Jay. Get it? Because they became the same way. And you're not Romeo at all, either. I bet he'd have swept me right off my feet. I cleared my throat while she moved again, this time looking for something in one of the cupboard doors. Perhaps I could have swept her off her feet, but only in the metaphorical sense. Looking for something? I just finished looking around this place. Yeah, a lock. I think I found it. She inserted the key into it. Turning it, she opened the cupboard, taking out a strange tablet. She looked behind it. There's something there. I could probably get it by breaking this thing in half, but we might need it later. Did you kiss her, Miri? No! No! Instead, we mentally scolded her for eating too much cake. Like, what the fuck? He said her ass got too big, and so he needs to tell her to stop eating cake. Someday I needed to tell her to lay off eating more since it just made her butt bigger. I figured some people might think that's a good thing, but her health's on the line here. Jasmine, I couldn't fit in here. Neither would Jasmine, most likely as a result of eating all the cake she loved to eat so much. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? No! That's so rude! Let her eat her cake! Let her eat her cake! Oh, it's a touchscreen. I wonder if... I touched it, but it didn't light up. Jasmine and I examined the side of it and figured it needed the USB stick I found in the wall. After plugging it in, I tried my earlier maneuver again. The screen lit up at the contact, surprising Jasmine. Oh yeah, it's opening, but the slot in the back didn't, though. Only the electronics are booting up. Damn. A pretty lady such as thou shouldn't uttereth these vile vociferations. What the fuck, Simon? Let her be! You know, adding at the end of a word doesn't automatically make it correct Old English. Ugh. She completely disregarded the rest of what I said. Good, she should have! Keep your eyes on the prize, S. I couldn't see what she was staring at since she had the stream of the tablet aimed at herself. From what I could see of her expression, she was very puzzled. What is it? It's kind of like a puzzle, I guess. I can't make heads or tails of it. There are 3 numbers. 2 of them aren't set, and the middle one is static. The middle number is the number 9, and both numbers on the sides have an arrow pointing towards it. I can't change the numbers on the side. I can change the numbers on the side, but not the middle one. I thought I had to make the number 9 by combining 2 different numbers, but that's wrong. Do you think we absolutely have to do it? We probably have to. The rooms have these silly puzzles sometimes. What's inside the tablet will probably help us. Maybe we'll even get the code for the keypads leading out. She tried again, but she only got frustrated with it. Have a shot if you want. She left the tablet on the counter and stormed off. Maybe, deep inside, she had the same worry as me about looking useless. I plucked the tablet and looked at it. There were 3 numbers, which reminded me of an analog clock, but other than that, there was another detail that was weird. The leftmost number was blue, and the rightmost number was red, and the one in the middle was just kind of weird. The upper, middle, and bottom on the lower right were purple, while the others were blue and red too. Okay, I was thinking you had to combine them to make them all purple, but if that were the case, then this line right here should be purple instead. This one right here being red makes sense to me. But this one being just blue, and they both have the same thing. If it didn't match up, the top line should have been just blue. She totally didn't mention that. Maybe she thought it wasn't important? I could tell the middle number was 9, though. I tried the same thing she did, no dice. Surely the colors were important then. Oh. The areas was purple because it was laid over... Because it was blue laid over red. But this is incorrect! The color, if that were 100% accurate, this top line should be blue, and this one should be purple. But that's not what it shows! This one should also only be blue, too. So that meant the numbers I had to enter were 5 and 3 for blue, respectively. Bingo! It worked! Hey Jay, come back! Oh, I see. It was telling you what numbers to make it look like that. Okay. Hey Jay, come back! It's working! It's opening! She came back just as I opened the back slot. I thought I was gonna get to enter the numbers. I wanted to enter the numbers. I wanted to play with it. Inside was a bunch of paper, inside was a piece of paper with a bunch of incomprehensible scribbles. Oh, that's exactly what I need. Something stumped me over there too, give me that. Without any warning for objection, she snatched it from me. I set the tablet aside, now that it had, apparently, done what it was meant to do. I'll be right back. I think we're almost out of here. I waited patiently. After I took a seat and several moments passed, Jasmine came back, wearing a bright and brimming smile. Yep! The whole thing is open now. The whole thing? I unlocked all the doors. I also found something else. Some kind of remote with no purpose here. But, it's the kind of thing I think we should share with the others, so I'll show you at the lounge. Alright, if you say so. I set off towards the doors, but Jasmine stopped me with a hand around my wrist. Oh, I thought that said waist at first. I was like, a hand around my waist? Oh, okay, you're pulling me close, alright, but no. It was my wrist. Wait, before we leave, I have to show you something. I would wait until your amnesia's gone, but it's kind of really important, so I can't leave it up to chance. She looked fairly worried. I had no choice, but my curiosity was piqued anyway. She led me to a room that had previously been locked off. Can you remind out of the gutter Miridae? That's not even in the gutter. It's just, it's just, It was somewhat featureless, except for the clear indications that this was a one-way deal. Or perhaps it was supposed to tell us to stop. I was about to walk in when Jasmine shook her head, keeping a tight hold on my arm. See these scanners? Apparently they check if we have the 9th person with us. That's who we're trying to find, by the way. We need to find the 9th person to leave. Otherwise... Jasmine dragged her finger across her neck in a motion that left little to the imagination. Yeah, okay, I get you. But what now if this isn't where we have to go? Now, we're going back to the lounge. See, we can't go to these stations with more than 2 people at once, but we can for the lounge. It's a bit like our base of operations. More information. My head hurt again, as if trying to remember something. Seeing as she was walking again, I followed after her. We went back down the stairs, but this time we were on the other side of the station below. The reason was simple. We were going back, not forward. It took very little time and the train arrived. We boarded it in silence, even if I could tell Jasmine looked at me from time to time, worried over my amnesia. This time she didn't say a word though. It's just like she said. If all my memories came back at once, it would be pretty painful, especially if I'd built new ones. Hey, Red! It was better not to force it. Just like before, the train drove through each station. Just like before, the train opened its doors at a station, waited a little, then closed them again to resume its movements. The cycle repeated a few times until we arrived all the way back at the lounge. As the announcer had said its name, I knew this was the leisure or lounge station, which according to Jasmine replaced the one at the center between all the colored lines. Or most of them, at least. I still can wrap my head around how this huge, sprawling, very populated station could be a lounge now. Did Smiley pull some strings so no one would be allowed to use the metro during this day? Or maybe this was happening during the night, since every day the metro stopped running for a couple hours for maintenance. No, they'd still have to renovate this whole place. Time to go! Jasmine's words took me out of my thoughts and I left the train alongside her. If we didn't leave now, it would drive off again. I hope the others came back too. If not, well, we'll just have to figure out what we'll do then. And we'll have the lounge just for ourselves. Let's go. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. I mean, of course it was good. It was really great, even. But, it had been 4 years since I saw her. Being with her like this made me feel lightheaded. If it wasn't for the weird staircase, if it wasn't for the infirmary, if it wasn't for the lounge, yeah, if it wasn't for all those weird things, it would be just us, walking together, taking the train, going to places, and hanging out. But this headache was growing worse and worse. I was probably on the cusp of remembering something about the situation. I held my forehead with my hands. There was no hiding it from Jasmine. Ah! Look at how cute she looks! She came by me with a big smile on her face. She meant to be reassuring, but I could tell she was a little worried too. Still, it was the thought that was important. No one's here. At any rate, I'll go back downstairs to wait for them. Go ahead and have a real lie down this time if you want. No one's gonna bother you. They won't get through me. Once again, she flashed me a smile. Once again, I was putty in her hands. Oh, Jasmine. I awkwardly rubbed the back of my head, embarrassed that I had to rely on other people so much. The most cowardly part about this was how I wanted her to stay here too. But I couldn't bring myself to ask her, and I instead went with what she suggested. This was probably why I was single. Always running away. Always uncertain about what I wanted to do. This job I had, the studies I went through, they were all because I wasn't sure. I took up artistic studies because Jasmine went for them. I studied with her abroad because she decided to do it and I didn't want her to go alone. I didn't want to let go of her. When she finished and decided to start working, I moved back and studied more, frozen in my indecision. I couldn't go with the kind of job she was doing. I hadn't been convinced it was correct back then. And that had caused me to let go of her completely as I moved back to Montreal from Vancouver. Because I couldn't move forward, it cost me Jasmine 4 years ago. Of course, now I regret everything, and now, at least, she was right here! I could finally right the wrongs of my past. Well, okay then. I'll see you in a bit. Once all was said and done, she left the area and I was free to snore away. That's what I would have liked to happen, at least. But the muffled sound I heard coming from the station wouldn't allow it. I fell off the couch I'd been sitting on and scrambled to my feet in a panic. What was that noise? It sounded like a distant gunshot, I thought. It was a little like, kind of reminding me of a gunshot. Yeah! How are we doing? Anything interesting happen? Well, we're still very much at the beginning of the game, I feel. So I don't really know. I don't really know. I had a sudden thought for Jasmine. She was downstairs, right? Quickly, I went there, running down the stairs faster than I'd ever done. I almost tripped on the way. I looked at the open door and a train was driving away. I only caught a glimpse of someone inside it, but I couldn't tell who it was. All I saw was a flash of cyan. Whoever that person was, they had fired a shot. Was it a warning shot? Or something worse? My mind was swimming with awful possible scenarios. I mentally cursed myself. No, I couldn't imagine the worst until I'd seen it. Until then, it wasn't the worst. Life has a way of robbing you of hope the moment you think you have it. Is she gonna be dead? Once the train drove off, I could see something odd. Something that didn't belong. Out from the darkness of the little passage, I saw a pair of legs. Purple tights! Those were purple tights. Jasmine? No answer. At this point, I cared little for the letter nicknames. Jazz? Is that you? Someone was here. Still no answer. At first, I thought it would suck if Jasmine had been the one who fired the gun. But that meant maybe she could have been on the train. Maybe she would have been fine. Then again, maybe she was. A part of me thought perhaps she just knocked herself out by dodging the shot. Or maybe she was playing dead until the gun wielder had been gone. I was playing with a friend at Chill Little House the game. I think we just found Jasmine dead. I couldn't be sure until I took a closer look. It took all my will to gather up the courage for this. To look reality in the face. Jasmine, answer me already. I shakily approached her, and then I knelt down in the dark area to stare at her and see for myself how she was. She'd be okay, right? Just as quickly, I stumbled backwards until my body hit the large screen. I fell over in surprise, only to get up unable to believe it. Am I gonna see her? Am I gonna see her being dead? That sight, that grim fucking sight was unmistakable. Now that I was confronted with the worst scenario I imagined. Jasmine, you're... She was dead. She was dead. Jasmine, the bright, vivacious girl I'd known since childhood, was dead. Both of my hands held my face in shock of the moment. I couldn't scream. I tried, but nothing would come out. The realization was far harsher than I could have ever imagined. I can't smash. Yay, nice. I say in general if you like it or if it's just read the text game. Huh? I was liking her. I know, now she's dead. I didn't want to face the truth anymore. A lie was better. I wanted to run away, but I was frozen there. I just couldn't move, even if deep inside I wanted to run away from this reality. Well, what I was seeing was real, right? Jasmine was dead. Jasmine was dead, and I wouldn't see her again. I mean, you can see her again. She'll just be dead. It's a little different. You can still see her, but she's just dead. Jasmine was dead, and I wouldn't hear her speak again. Okay, that one's true. Yeah, that's fair. To top it all off, her killer was on the loose. I kept repeating it in my head. I couldn't believe it. I finally moved, but it was all pointless. I balled my hands and fists and relaxed. I was trembling. I had no tears, no matter how much I tried to cry. I just couldn't shed a single one. I was in shock, unable to breathe. I was too horrified by the truth. Terrified by it. So terrified. A coward through and through. At that moment, I remembered she'd mentioned something about a remote, but there had been nothing like that on her when I checked her. Had it been taken by the person who shot her square in the head? Oh, fuck! They just took out her brain, huh? Okay. Was that the reason behind her murder? That stupid remote. I had no clue what was going on. I couldn't even fathom what happened. Perhaps, due to my amnesia, I'd forgotten something important. I'd forgotten who the culprit might have been. Important clues. I needed to remember them. Maybe things would be clearer when I got my memory back, and maybe Jasmine wouldn't be dead, and maybe this was just a nightmare, and maybe. Thanks for the streak! The 40 streak! Oh, Red, I appreciate it so much! It said, you don't know what you have till it's gone. I felt a chill run up my spine because that message had been aimed at me. No wonder the words felt so ominous earlier. But if I remembered, maybe I could figure it out and make them pay. Would that bring her back? No, but... All of a sudden, I contemplated those words. An earthquake shook the place, shaking the room. I quickly lost my footing, and I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna stand up, stretch, move around a little bit. I will be right back. We got an earthquake. It's shaking. I'm back. I went and grabbed some over-the-counter stuff because I getting a headache from laughing so hard at the start of stream. So I had to take something for too much joy. I had too much joy at the start of the stream. Okay, all right, let's go. Thank you. Glad to be back. Thank you. Glad to be back. When will Miri stop taking our leaves? Never. I'm always taking your leaves. I need all of your leaves, okay? Getting a headache for laughing too much? Yeah, it happens, okay? When you vote me in the Miri election? Did White Lust vote for the Miri election? I wonder. What's happening? What the hell? I managed to catch myself as I fell, only to roll over under the continued movement. I slammed into a wall and gave a small scream of pain. Perhaps as a result of this shock and the hit on my head, that was what triggered my memory to come back. It all came back at once, leaving me breathless for several moments. All of this began right here in the metro. My vision was filled with 4 colors. Blue, orange, green, and yellow were all I could see. Okay. There was also black, but black might really just be the absence of color, or all the colors at once. Some colors were missing, so it wasn't a rainbow. I was just staring blankly. My eyes followed the colored lines slowly. First, the green. Then I followed the blue, the yellow, and finally, the orange one. That was the one I was on. All I could see were the 4 colors. And that was because my eyes were fixated upon the poster of in the train. I didn't know why I was looking at it. Pledge to lower the price of single. Is that? Are you saying that if people back your stance in the Miri election, that those are the improvements, or that those are not the things you're gonna get? I'm getting mixed messaging from you. Right? Good night, Zero. Have a good night. Oh. I'd been spacing out. Now I was back to reality, though. What was that weird dream just now? It was so strange. I was in the metro and... No, I couldn't remember already. Are the Miri elections the new mod dispatch? No, it's Raichu-Chu. It's Raichu-Chu trying to get people to vote for the Raichu plushie. In the poll about which plushie I should get, Raichu-Chu is trying really hard to get the Raichu plushie to win. So, they are campaigning for that. It wasn't important then. I tried to remember why I'd been looking at the map. Right, I was taking the train with Marco. I was looking at the map to the metro because I hadn't taken it this far ever before. I'm sorry, Raichu. I'd rather have the Lapras. People should vote for me for the Raichu plush. Yeah, we've got Raichu. We got Raichu and Volf who are pro Raichu and Volf who are pro Raichu plush. And then we have a lot of other people. I think Doi and Luxamber and Mororder are all Team Lapras. I didn't want to miss our stop. I was going to fetch her at the airport and... No, wait. I was coming back from there, as evidenced by the fact that Jasmine was already here. 177, let me change that. You're not getting the plush to vote P because it would be funny. Now I'm curious to see the votes. Oh, it's 7 to 8. Oh! Why is there? I know. I've mentioned multiple times that I'm going to get both of them. But Raichu is still campaigning for Raichu to win. I'm going to get both of them, yeah. So, like, It's at this point it's mostly just so that I don't know, man. For funsies, I guess. She flew all the way from Vancouver, where she lived as a graphics designer. She and I had gone through school together up to college. We took the same course at the Artistic Institute of Vancouver, and then we went our own separate ways. While I came back to study further by taking courses at the University of Montreal, she remained there. Oh, that meant she and I hadn't seen each other for years. As for Marco, he'd never met her, obviously. Not face to face, anyway. I mentioned her a few times, which always made him crack some horrible, stupid joke. This was their first time talking together. At least it was our first time sharing space together, because nobody out of the three of us was saying anything. Naturally, this was the metro, so most people were quiet. It's the approval point. Yep, Maintaining the agenda is the top priority, yeah. I was momentarily motivated to vote for the great cause because of the Raichu plush. You were? You were motivated specifically by the Raichu plush and not by any additional adjustments or manipulation by Raichu, right? If we'd said anything, we'd be drowned out by the noise of the metro moving. Some people didn't care, though, such as a group of 5 teens close by. If I strained my ear, I could almost make out what they were saying. Facundo, the agenda! Exactly, don't try to think too much on that. I'm suspicious. Lang would vote for me! Shooting a glance at them, I saw one of them had long pink hair and 2 pigtails. Lang is a Pikachu line kind of guy. Miri, I made a super unimportant poll. Chat Civil War. Yeah, I know. It's so funny. I love it. I love that it has evolved to this point. I think it's hilarious. I was like, nobody needs to vote for this, really. I need to just make up my mind. If nobody votes for this, I could just put it on a wheel. But this has evolved into something so much greater than I could have ever expected it to be, and I love it for that. I looked back at Jasmine, who had the same color hair. Of course those weren't natural. It was just I. You could tell Jasmine's real hair color was brown, since her eyebrows were that color and she didn't dye those. If you hadn't made Raichu an option, it would have just gone under the radar. You think so? You think so? I was the tiebreaker. Do I get a cookie? Depends if that's what it ends up being at the final point, honestly. Maybe it's possible you might not be a tiebreaker at some point. My face hurts from smiling, so does mine. I kind of liked her better with brown hair, personally. Colors, again. My thoughts were back on the subject of colors. Maybe I just turned into a zombie from waiting in the metro this long. The announcer speaks the name of the station we were at, but it wasn't our stop. I dismissed it, pulling myself to the side a little to avoid a woman leaving the train. 2 men entered and took her place. Both were businessmen who probably had a lot of success, judging by their very stern allure. The agenda must be maintained. The agenda burns in my campfire. Meanwhile, I was just a pizza delivery man. I was also a student, but that wasn't quite true. While that had been the case before 3 p.m. today, I was now entirely free from the university. Assuming I passed my exams anyway. Finally, I'd had my bachelor's degree and I'd start getting real jobs in what I wanted to do instead of this service for ingrates. The idea did make me quite giddy and was the reason why Jasmine was here too. Tonight, we were going to party because not only did I finish my exams, but also so did Marco. That meant we potentially had a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in the same apartment. Granted, mine was in fine arts, and his degree was in some science thing I never understood. So it's changed from math to science now. I picked up some party games we could play on Nimbus, the multi-platform game store. Hopefully, that would be a hit. The real hit was not having any more stress from dealing with exams, tests, and homework. I was now my own man. The thought was reassuring me because I wasn't the strongest guy at heart. Could you believe it? 24 years old, and I still felt like an insecure teenager. I pressed my hand against my cheek, dragging it down while exhaling. Some girl further down the train looked at me strangely. She had no idea of what I truly felt. Once again, the train stopped. It did that every few minutes, depending on how far apart the stations were. Walking from one to the other would take ages, so this was great, but this place was always so damned cramped. That woman leaving earlier had left some vacant space, but since she was replaced by 2 men, not much came from it. Normally, I was sitting and it was a lot more relaxing, but now I was on my 2 feet. I was holding on to the pole in the middle to keep my balance. I hated that. This thing was covered in germs. I needed to wash my hands soon. At least things got better not long ago when everybody finally realized it was a good idea to disinfect. Some people were even rocking face masks still. It'd been over a year since that stuff ended, though. So many topics were flying through my head. Was I really no longer stressed out? I didn't know, to be honest. But luck had it that this stop, an elderly woman was walking out of the train. It had been occupied before, and now it was vacant. As usual, some kind of psychological warfare was instantly triggered. Everybody would be going for the seat. Of course, those who needed it had priority. Thankfully, I was closest to the seat, so I took a quick glance to see if anybody who needed it was going to take it. And the coast was seemingly clear. The businessmen were looking at their folders and exchanging hushed words. The group of teens from earlier were on the other side, so them coming here was just a pipe dream. They wouldn't go for it, it's too far. A bunch of people didn't even notice, so they were out of the match as well. I noticed all of that very quickly. How can you not be stressed out asking for a friend? Lots of self-care. Sleep. Sleep. Sleep helps. It was stupid how my attention processed all of these details so well in moments like this, but not during my exams. Ultimately, sitting down was meaningless. I knew that. Yet, I took the seat anyway, before anybody else could. Deep inside, I was triumphant. It was a hollow victory, but a victory nonetheless. You had to take them where you could get them. I could tell I won something or another when Marco took a glance at me, as he apparently had been pining for this seat too. Better luck next time, buddy! Simon 1, Marco 0. Still, we were a ways away from home, which meant the battle I won didn't win me the war yet. Aishika, thank you for 39 months. You're ordering teriyaki chicken. I want something to eat. Yeah, where are the... I want some teriyaki chicken. Yeah, I'll have some teriyaki chicken. Also, we need your campaign stickers, Aishika. Right, choo need your campaign stickers. Where'd they go? You said you were working on them. Have you did you share a preview? I want to see a work in progress. Well, we got to each station very quickly. We had a number of them between now and then. I looked at the clock to ascertain the time, since I'd left soon as my exams had been over. It was 5 p.m. I still couldn't believe it took around 2 hours to head to the airport, pick up Jasmine, and then come back with public transport. It might have been faster had I possessed my own car, but I wasn't that lucky. I could barely afford my studies. Still, since we were a decent way off, I figured it wouldn't be bad if I took a small bit of rest. Nothing fancy, just closing my eyes. Nothing fancy, really. Just a normal situation. It was as normal a situation as they came, and yet, this was still how all of this business started. On April 22nd, 2022, I was sitting in the metro, minding my own business. Nothing fancy. Yet, when I closed my eyes, all movements ceased. The train stopped moving completely. I didn't feel the presence of anyone around me anymore. That's how, 1, you get robbed, 2, you miss your stop. Well, I've only been on the subway once, and I remember it made me horrifically motion sick. So I will probably never do that again. Or at the very least, take my, I almost said Midol. That's the wrong medication. Take Dramamine before I do. That was so bad. It was like time stood still. Or maybe I was asleep. That was the likeliest explanation. I must have been really tired. But as I was drifting off, something grabbed me back. Since you get motion sick, does that mean I can't rock your world? I feel... Clover, stop that. I feel like that would make it easier to rock my world, right? I'm sorry, I had a large dinner and fell asleep, but now I'm 2 hours late. It's okay! It's okay. Sleeping with a full tummy is like the best thing. Clover just pawed at my mouse cursor on my screen. The game is interesting. I think we're still at the very beginning of the game. I hadn't really had an opportunity to do very much at all yet. But there has been a death, so that was nice. It was a voice. A girl was talking. I'd never heard that voice before, though. Was it the train announcer? No, it was an older lady. This one was a youthful voice. Who was it? I could barely hear it. She repeated herself, louder this time. Listen, if you stay asleep like that, we're gonna be in trouble. Miri likes it when people die, Miri notes. And games. I like it when people die in games. It makes it interesting, yes. Asleep? I wasn't asleep. I could hear what she was saying. Couldn't she see that? My body felt like lead anyway. I couldn't stand up just yet. I'm gonna feel bad if this is just a visual novel and not a puzzle game. I mean, I feel like when I looked at it, it sounded like there was like things that make different decisions and there's a flowchart and stuff. But I don't know. A body has already been discovered. It has been. We found it, yes. How can you tell age by voice? Miri sounds youthful, but we all know she's ancient. I'm not ancient! 30 is not ancient! Miri, how would you feel about misfortune upon our political opposition? Would you like to make a statement about the Miri economy? I feel like misfortune upon political opposition is probably not a good idea. You know, people are just people and they'll have their opinions, and sometimes those opinions clash with our opinions, but we shouldn't take it out on other people, okay? About the Miri economy, you know, I'm always out to steal your leaves, so I don't know what statement you need about that. Of course, it's not ancient, Grandma. Now let's get you to your chair. I'm in my chair already. Playing Overwatch right now, and one of my teammates is named Thug Shaker, and he quotes predictable brain rot memes. What does that even mean? So, wake up already! Are you okay? The train stopped! She was so insistent, too. Who was this? I'd never heard this voice before. As the seconds passed and my body became operational again, I felt stiff all over, as if I'd been in a deep sleep. Perhaps she was right. Maybe I dozed off really hard there. Can we throw Miri a rocking chair? Absolutely not! I don't know where we would even put one of those. My room's too small for that. Hey! Wake up already! Welcome back, Razikel. My eyes finally opened. It seemed as though I had fallen asleep indeed. That was embarrassing, but now I couldn't deny it. I took a look around and noticed things were just as she said. The train had stopped. It never came to a standstill like this unless it offloaded a few of its passengers, or if it was no longer in service for the day. Huh. The girl next to me was Jasmine. For some reason, I couldn't put a face to her voice before, but now it became all too apparent. I'm still a little too groggy from my nap, so I chose to listen to her before doing any sort of exploration. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm pretty weirded out. I sat down for a moment, and right after that, I was alone here with you. It seemed like that fact was making her embarrassed too, because her cheeks took on a slightly rosy tint. I had to assume she wasn't lying about it then. I have no idea where Marco is. This is a bother. Did he leave us behind? No, he's not the type. He's probably waiting outside to jump scare us. I swear, this is not normal. I sat down, and right then, everybody else vanished in the span of a single moment, I tell you. Okay, I get it. So you fell asleep too, and... No, my eyes were open. Sure. I teased her. For a moment, I thought I got through to her, but she shook her head with an exasperated sigh. My companion threw out her arm to expose the rest of the train. And this place is very strange. Feel free to have a quick look around before we go. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. I woke up several minutes ago and it still hasn't moved. Woke up, is that right? So you did sleep. Oh, shut up! Either way, I decided to conduct my own search around this place. The strange panel in the back of the train was especially interesting. When I'd be done, I'd just go for the exit. That wall was weird. It was separating the compartment from the frontal one. There was this faint outline of a door, as if the conductor cabin could be accessed, but there was no handle. Had it always been there? Maybe. I was perhaps only noticing now because I was looking around. Maybe it was just my imagination, but it felt like I was caged in. Looking around on the opposite side, I saw they blocked off this compartment with the rest of the train. No, a wall with a large red X had been installed in between each of the compartments. It was as if the only accessible ones would be these ones. Something strange was going on. Why would they put up this wall? These were seats furnishing the train's compartments. They were still pretty small and snugly squished together to maximize the use of space. They also weren't comfortable. Probably done on purpose so people wouldn't sit down if they could avoid it, or maybe so that they wouldn't fight over the seats. Clearly that didn't work out in the Metro's favor. This was in fact not a stripper pole. Thank you. It was much more dangerous. First of all, this pole's covered in germs. I mean, I feel like a stripper pole would also be covered in germs. Possibly worse germs, to be honest. I feel like you would get worse germs from a stripper pole, probably. Maybe that's just me. Maybe all poles are bad. Maybe all poles are bad. Those are sanitized. I mean, I would expect these would also be sanitized. People held on to it to keep themselves balanced when the train was moving, since most had to stand up. Sometimes the train was so packed you were squeezed like sardines against one another, and it was pretty damn hard to breathe well. I oftentimes didn't need to hold on to it because I mastered the art of spreading my weight over my legs. All I had to do was open them a bit wider than usual to stand perpendicular to our directional movement. Public transport is not. Oh. I would have assumed they would be, but I also don't generally take trains or metro or subway or anything, so I don't know. By shifting my weight accordingly, I could fight off the pull of gravity, and then I didn't have to hold on to those things. Immortal against those damn germs. The station was completely deserted outside. There was absolutely no one I could see. The same could be said for the other side too, both were empty. Normally
Normally, trains pass on both sides as well, but if what Jasmine said was true, the fact that this one didn't move, and the fact that no other passed by was very strange. Still, my destination was right outside the train. Perhaps I'd better understand what I was seeing out there. The walls were covered in metal plates, too. This wasn't what the stations look like normally. I hate people, so anywhere with more than like 6 people is a no for me. There's no train stations where I'm at. I heard you tried snorting white powder off the table. No. That was fingerprint powder. And I was trying to find fingerprints. So, you fell asleep, right? I know I said woke up, but I really didn't. I sat down and everyone instantly vanished. It was instantaneous, like I keep telling you. That's pretty whack. I know, right? I couldn't believe what she was saying. She definitely fell asleep, but she's too proud to admit it. I looked outside the train through one of the windows. There was no telling which station this was. Why is it not moving? Are we at the end of the line? Our stop's way earlier than that. It would be such a bummer if that were the case. I don't know why it's stuck here, but I don't think we missed our stop. For some reason, I think this is it. On one hand, the fact that it's not moving is weirding me out. On the other, it means we didn't miss our stop, so maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe something happened and they evacuated the area and we just missed it. If that's the case, we should hurry outside then. Whatever it is, it's not something we need to worry too much about. Nothing's happened for several minutes. But consider this. If it was an earthquake, for example, maybe we're just between the 2 tremors. Are you a blessing in disguise, Miri? To some people I might be, I suppose. But considering like conversations we had yesterday, I also wonder if maybe I'm just a curse. You know, I feel like most people would not humor the idea of pregnancy gotcha. But here I am, okay? So, you know, it's, you know, I feel like I'm both, yeah. I feel like I'm both, you know. I am both a blessing and a curse, alright? I am both good and bad, depending upon the day. Depending upon the Miridae, if you would. We should hurry out of here. Oh, there are no earthquakes here. Where do you think we live? In Montreal. That's where you live, at least. Anyway, there's no earthquakes here. Take your time, nothing else is happening. Okay, I'm ready to go. How you ended up as that low on the tier list confused me. I mean, arguably, Aishi's tier list is about how down bad you are, right? And being down bad means like really horny, right? And I don't think I'm really horny. I don't think I would describe any part of me as being really horny, okay? Except for maybe my ossicones. But like, I don't wanna, you know, be intimate in people in that capacity. So like, I feel like I was placed fairly. Yeah, but I still don't want to do that with them, okay? Okay, I'm ready to go. Finally! I've been waiting for you, even if you were asleep, because I didn't really want to go on without you. What if the door's closed behind me, right? Yeah, good thinking. Now that we're done, let's go. I don't know, Miri, when hot people come on stream, or hot women come on stream, I mean, even if hot women come on stream, I still don't want to sleep with them. Okay, I still don't want to sleep with them. I just want to admire them. I just want to admire them. That's significantly different. Okay. We both stepped outside the train. I looked at the strange plates on the walls for a few moments until something snapped me back. The doors to the train closed behind me, which made me turn around quickly. Even Alistair, yeah, I don't want to sister. No, I don't want to do that. It's going away now. My question fell on deaf ears as I watched it roll away.
In the last stream, you quite literally had a clip where you were talking about curvy women grabbing you. How is not down bad? I mean, it's not down bad. I don't want to have sex with them. I don't want to sleep with women. I just sometimes want to put my face between their boobs. Is that a crime? Because I don't think that's a crime, okay? That's not a crime. You know, they grew those. I should help let them know that they are appreciated, okay? I feel like it would be a crime if they don't. Well, yeah, you know, right. I would obviously want to do it with consent, of course. I wouldn't just do it to everybody willy-nilly. I would need their consent first. That's the most important part. But like, you know, you see, sacrifice to the cause. It's illegal for you because you're ace. No. One thing I've learned when I was on the forum to learn about ace is they come in all different flavors, and sometimes it's hard to tell they're ace to begin with. Yeah. Ace people are very, very varied, yeah. But I don't want to sleep with anybody, okay? I just appreciate their appearance, and that's the depth of it, really. My question fell on deaf ears as Jasmine and I watched it roll away. Soon, it was gone, just like that. Should we have stayed inside? I don't think so, no. That may sound strange, but I have a feeling it wasn't waiting for us to leave before doing the same. Ace people could be attracted, yes, but that doesn't mean they want to have sex. Well, I mean, even more than that is being asexual. Okay, it's a spectrum, as with most things on the LGBTQ spectrum. It's varied. So there's ace people who being ace means feeling sexual attraction, little to no sexual attraction. I am the no sexual attraction. I have never felt sexual attraction ever before in my entire life. I don't know what that feels like. I will never know what that feels like. It's not a feeling that exists for me. However, people can still experience some of it, like gray sexuals or people who occasionally experience sexual attraction. Not me. Demisexuals, people who experience sexual attraction when they have an emotional bond. Not me. I don't feel sexual attraction, period. End of story. But even additionally to that, there is the sliding scale of other things that people who are ace still feel. The feeling for needing to have sexual release, libido. You know, those are also feelings that aren't tied to sexual attraction, but are still sexual in nature. I also don't feel those. So I am just like straight on the nose for all of those, but some people have different varying of experiences that aren't the same as me. So just because I'm a solid nose for all of those categories does not mean somebody else who identifies as ace is the same. It's very varied, yeah. Ba-ba-bow. Trains don't wait for people, Jasmine. It's the people who wait for trains. At any rate, I also noticed something strange earlier. She pointed at me. Before I can act indigent, before I could act in any one way, I can't even remember what this word means right now. Anyway, same as an ace person, I've never felt a sexual attraction, but there's part of me that wonders what it feels like and go to places to watch. But that's a me kind of thing. Yeah, I haven't done any of that. I don't indulge in any of that sort of deal. I have never once been interested in that. But, you know, every person's different. It's all varied. I looked behind myself and noticed a welcoming committee of 2 was coming towards us. Was she pointing at them? No, she was definitely pointing at me. Directly at my neck, in fact. But that could wait. For now, I stared at the 2 who were coming up to us. They were strange enough that I would have considered what her words meant. I would have considered her words were meant for the 2 of them. Oh. The first of the duo was an old man. He looked so old, his hair was entirely white.
right. There is a slightly grayish tint to it. Maybe he was in his 60s, maybe 70s. His outfit was all sorts of strange. Hunched over, he wore several layers, a white shirt, a gray vest with golden stripes, and 2 metallic shoulder pads. He also had a he also had a bag at his side. Oh. The one accompanying him was much younger. I couldn't see most of her face, so I couldn't tell just how young, but from how she looked, she might have been in her 20s too, just like Jasmine, Marco, and I. Oh, I see. That makes sense. However, there is a clear difference between us. Namely, she was adorned with very strange things. She looks like a robot. There was a headset on her, along with that facial plate mask. Was she playing some sort of game? Even stranger was the rest of her outfit. It made me think of a Japanese shrine maiden. I don't really see that, but okay. It wasn't exactly clear what the dress was supposed to be, but it was a sharp contrast to the technology on her head. Young man, it's rude to stare, you know. I averted my eyes for a moment while Jasmine took the lead. Hello. Sorry to bother you, but we're kind of lost, and... Of course, I understand. We are in the same predicament as you, I'm afraid. We were starting to believe we would be the only ones here, but you arrived in a train much like us. We had been discussing about investigating when you came out, and now the train is gone. Ah, right. So anyway, my name is... are you sure you want to give your name to a frail old man such as yourself? Information can be troublesome if it falls into the wrong hands. Generally, what people describe for people who aren't on the asexual spectrum is allosexual, which is basically people who experience regular experiences. Well, I'm glad you're willing to trust me that much. It doesn't matter if we call ourselves something else. No. Hello. I didn't understand what he was suggesting. No, allo. A-L-L-O. Allo. Why did you not like that? Why does it look like someone recorded IRL lips talking and then ended it onto the PNG frames? I don't know. I'll have to pay attention to their mouths next time they talk more. Gosh. Oh, shit. Okay. Jasmine did not seem to share my confusion, instead considered his words carefully. Perhaps she figured this meeting was too strange. She backpedaled her decision. You are right. I feel like this is a little unorthodox, so fine then. You can call me Jay. How about that? Jay? Or do you mean the letter J? The letter is fine. It's like a nickname. Not much of one, but one nonetheless. I couldn't fathom why she was so hesitant about this. Had she participated in something like this before? Suddenly, a cold feeling spread through my spine. Was this dangerous in some fashion? No, Simon, you had to stop thinking this way. There had to be some kind of explanation. And then I'll be, S. Very well, that seems sensible enough. The lady at my side will be E in that case. As for me, I will be A, as in, Knight of Justice, at your service. Oh my god, this guy's a loser. He pushed a hand onto his chest, acting solemn about it. If he was really a knight, that might explain his weird appearance, though something was off about him. If it was part of what he said, it was as if part of what he said didn't seem sincere. I have several questions, and I may have several answers. Please, don't be afraid. Well, first of all, you two are dressed a bit weird. No. I hope that doesn't come off as rude of me. Oh, it's quite alright. Yeah, I was just saying... I wasn't saying anything, but it's a little out there. Don't worry about it. What you both should be worried over, I think, is the fact that we are wearing collars. I squinted a little. That's right, around his neck was the strange black collar. It was also a present around E's neck, and when I looked at Jasmine, it seemed she had one too. When I said we, I meant all of us. You both have one just like ours too. I'm afraid that is not part of my usual fashion. Yeah, I noticed it earlier. That must have been what she was pointing at before the two of them came upon us. I wanted to examine it closer, but I couldn't, obviously, see mine, and I didn't think it was polite to ask either of the two others. Can you turn around, Jay? I want to see the bag. It looks a bit stranger. Huh? Oh, huh? Okay then. Just as I thought. In the back was a strange circle. Like some kind of red scanner. Or more like a large button. Perhaps pressing it would release the collar. But if that was the case, then why did we wear these? It was equally possible the button was dangerous. I left it alone for now, unwilling to take the chances. Still, while examining it closely, a thought flashed by me. I remember when I'd been on the train earlier. I was with Marco. I was in the train with Marco. Right, speaking of, where was Marco anyway? He didn't try to scare us like I thought he would. There's some sort of lock in the back, I think. There's a glowing red button, but I don't think it would be a good idea to press it. I just don't know what will happen.
Oh, very interesting between 3 and 25. What a surprise!
I see. Oh, something's coming. I pulled away, looking in the direction the something was coming from. It was another train, and it arrived at our side of the station, just like ours had stopped at earlier. Interesting. I can see two men in this one. Jasmine, A, and I went over to the window to stare. The only one who hadn't moved at all was in fact E. She hadn't spoken once ever since the two of them came upon us. But all those thoughts were dispelled when I noticed one of the two men inside of the train was Marco. The other was a large buff man. He didn't look particularly young. I could tell because he was a redhead, even if his hair had several long streaks of gray hair scattered throughout. Neatly combed on the side, the other was a bit more of a mess. So, it was like that when we arrived too. I think we need to open these doors. I don't see how we could do it, but let's try, I guess. Naturally, I figured those doors wouldn't open if we tried, as it was an automated system. Yet, we still decided to try to have a look around the train, just in case. Okay, so I can talk to the old man, but not any of the women. I guess we'll go ahead and examine the train. Generally speaking, there's always a driver or a conductor, I guess, who sat in the frontal cabin of the train. There was also a second cabin in the back with another one of them. Together, if they combined, they'd form a giant robot. On a more serious note, I wandered to the back of the train to try to see if I could catch a glance of who was driving us around. But as much as I tried to look inside, I couldn't see anything. The view through the windows was completely dark. If anyone was inside, I wouldn't know. It was the same for the other side, too. I knocked on the frontal driver compartment door. Hey, anybody home? Special delivery straight to the train! A slightly hollow sound resonated on its own without any answer from within. I doubt they're hungry. The likeliest scenario is that if there's someone in there, they don't want to come out. However, due to the way it's closed, I don't think this door even opens. Wait, they wouldn't be able to come out even if they wanted? Precisely. There's probably no one in this cabin then. I thought that was strange. Trains didn't work that way. There's a tiny bit of space in this area. If I wanted, I could drop down to the rails below, between the train and the side of the station itself. I really wanted to go there so I could look at the train from up close, but that was ridiculously dangerous for a few reasons. First of all, the rails were electrified, so if I touched them directly, I'd definitely be incinerated. The voltage was no joke. Second of all, if I went down there, I could get hit by a train if it took off again. That's just a risk I didn't want to take. Both of those were shitty deaths, and I at least had enough self-respect to want to die another way. So much for that. Maybe it would have helped, but too dangerous for sure. However, the fact that the middle compartments was otherwise made of a rubbery surface gave me an idea. Hey Jay, come over here. This is softer, maybe we can break through. No, even I can tell that's not gonna work. It might be rubbery, but that's just so it allows the train to turn. If it's wide open inside, which it is, she pointed at the opening between the compartments, then it has to be solid and hermetically closed. Even if it's softer, I doubt we can break through this part. I crossed my arms as Jasmine continued examining the spot, even if nothing came of it. Sometimes the best solution to a problem was a direct one. I went to the door as my first pick. Well, it wasn't my first pick, it was my final pick, but sure, okay, thank you. And tried to see if there was any way for my fingers to fit underneath to pull them open. I don't think that's gonna work. Jasmine saw what I was trying to do, and I had to admit, she was right. I reluctantly let go of it. What now then? Let's regroup and think about it again. I was about to talk to the others when something interrupted me. As soon as I moved, the train's doors finally opened. Almost immediately, the older man walks out. He looked down at us with a frown. For a second, he looked as if he was going to speak, but he went off on his merry way alone instead. Hello? Talk about rude. I murmured the last part under my breath to avoid aggravating him. A man that size you just don't screw around with. It seemed as though he and Marco had woken up during our search, and the later followed behind, exiting the train similarly to the mountainous man. Hey, Simon! He looked joyful to see me, but almost instantly Jasmine frowned and put her hand over his mouth. Shh! This place is all sorts of weird. We're not using our real names, just aliases. Right now, he's going by S, and I'm J. Okay? Marco looked at her with surprise, with all the surprise in the world before he nodded, acknowledging her request. After making sure he understood, the girl let go of him. In a way, I was a little annoyed that my name was now known to old man A and an eccentric girl E. However, neither seemed bothered in the least. There is no cause for worry. Of course, I heard your name, but it is not something that preoccupies me. I would not be much of a knight of justice if I were to backstab you, now would I? He is suspicious. I wanted to make sure neither of them would spill the beans, so I could just stay on level with the rest of the field. But first, I needed a bit more information. I've been wondering, do you two know each other? You introduced her, so... Oh, unfortunately, the companion at my side is unable to do so herself because, as you may see, she is unable to. Unable to what? Is she unable to see? Unable to be unable? Unable to see, of course. Okay, I see. And she is also unable to hear. She is both blind and deaf, making communications rather difficult. I have flashbacks to the Final Zero escape game. I have flashbacks to the Final Zero escape game, and I am frustrated. I am frustrated! Thankfully, we have devised a way to do so quickly and easily. Okay. He reached for her hand, which she took without hesitation. Their fingers touched in strange ways. I tried to make sense of it. Was it some type of tactile alphabet? The whole process took around a minute, after which she lit up. Hello to you three! It is as he says, I am unable to see or hear, but I can still talk. It was the first time she spoke since she came by us. Her voice was kind of soft. It was even softer than soft. In fact, it was melodious. It resonated within me. I looked at the others to see if they had the same effect, but Marco was simply waiting for things to happen, and Jasmine was otherwise unaffected. They didn't seem to get the same effect from it then. Something else struck me as odd. Despite the fact she was blind and deaf, she could speak extremely well. That is a little strange. If she had been disabled since birth, it would be much stranger. True, yeah, people who have hearing impediments from birth do have a harder time pronouncing things correctly. I remember not working with, but like assisting a person who had issues with hearing since birth, but they were able to get some hearing with enough medical intervention, and they were not very good at pronouncing things, but I understood them well enough. That probably meant she hadn't always been, but I didn't want to press into a complete stranger's past. Acknowledging her words, I nodded at ease. She can't see you nod. She can't see you nod or hear you reply. You're fucked. Okay, yeah. I immediately rectified my behavior when I remembered she couldn't see. Oh, sorry, I nodded, but you can't see, so wait, yeah, she can't hear you anyway either. You're fucked. Embarrassment struck again, this time forcing me to bring a hand to my head and awkwardly rub it in derision. Jasmine was finding my reactions funny. At least someone was having fun. I'm gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. Maybe see if I can find a snack or something. Cause like I'm getting a little bit of headache. Getting a little bit of a headache.
break's running a little long because food just got here apparently, and I'm hoping that'll help with my headache, so I'll be right back. Still, sorry. Okay, I'm back for realsies now. I got food. I got food in a bowl. All right. We're gonna see what's going on more in the story. Thank you. Glad to be back again. Oh.
understand what I mean by making communication difficult now. Bunny, I hope the next soda you drink is flat. He touched E's hands once again, and the girl beamed. What? You said something? You didn't close my fridge. It's still not closed. That was pretty weak even by your standards. That's okay. I'm pretty, my bullies are generally pretty weak, so that's fine. Apparently understanding the predicament. This must have happened to her countless times. If anything, she didn't look annoyed by it. So anyway, sorry to interrupt, but what's going on here? Jasmine and A filled him in on the subject of our presence here. Meanwhile, I had to look around the place trying to see what the mountainous stranger had been up to. He was alone, next to the big door in the wall, examining the little consoles next to it. The more I looked at him, the more he looked frustrated with them. Okay. I feel like I got all the shitty pieces of chicken. He'd been trying to leave the station, but from what I saw, the door was locked and we couldn't leave. And of course, I noticed the train had gone much like ours and left earlier once we'd stepped out. It seemed automated somehow. Huh, it seems like we can't leave. Bum, 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 bum. I interrupted their topic to bring that to their attention. From what I gathered, Marco was now nicknamed M in the eyes of the others. Have I not mentioned it before? E and I examined the door just like the large man is doing, but we could not leave. Miri, I had a random thought. IRL, do you have a headband that had ossicones on them? Because that would be fun and cute. I do not, but that would be so great. One time I reached out to a company that produces headphones with like cat ears and stuff on them, and I was like, hey, I saw you were looking for people to sponsor with your merchandise and stuff, and like it would be great if you gave me a headset with ossicones and giraffe ears on them. Could you do that? That would be awesome. And I never heard from them. I never heard from them. I was like, ah, damn. I tried. We are trapped here. That's not cool. Who would do something like this? I do not know. I do not know. They're lost. Yeah, it is. However, we all share one element. Namely, we are all wearing one of these dangerous-looking collars. Marco checked his own, looking at Jasmine and me to confirm we had them too. That's right. I didn't even notice. I would have bought those, not gonna lie, right? It would have been so cool. It would have been so cool to have little giraffe decorations. You should pay an artist to make those 3D model ossicone clips for headphones. That's a good idea. Actually, Ashika bought a 3D printer the other day. Well, I think it's been a couple months now. So, like, if I could get, like, a schematic to make ossicone clips for my headphones, that would be so great. I would definitely use those. That'd be so awesome. before, another train arrived, interrupting our conversation. How many of these trains are gonna get here? Yep, that's right. Between 3 and 25. That's right. No, I realized that I was incorrectly judging and estimating the time frame. Okay. And I corrected it. That was all. I realized I had made a mistake and I fixed it. As, you know, people do. How many, there were 6 here already, but if we all arrived in pairs, then we'd be 8? I looked through the window, while feeling like I was part of the welcoming committee now. Inside, there were 2 girls who were asleep. Unlike Marco and the man, who weren't asleep. Unlike Marco and the man had been. The doors opened almost instantly. I don't like the way these pieces of chicken look. It was perhaps presumptuous of me to assume such, but was the opening of the doors tied to our awakening somehow? No, that was a little strange. How would someone rig it in such a way? Ashika's room needs a time flow fix. Call the bathroom guy! Maybe. Well, the pieces of chicken don't like how you look, Miri. Probably not. I mean, I probably look pretty funny to them, considering I'm a giraffe girl. I'd be surprised if they did like the way that I looked. Perhaps. Perhaps they could see us. I look around for cameras while the 2 girls left the train. I saw none. Instead, I focused back onto them. They looked remarkably alike. Oh, so they do. Why is a giraffe eating chicken? Because I am a giraffe-human hybrid, and humans eat chicken, and thus I, too, will eat chicken. You should eat leaves, lettuce. No, I'm eating rice. Rice is a plant. Does that count? Is that close enough? Oops. One of them was fiercer looking, and she stood in front. The other was a little nervous, hiding behind who I assumed was her sister. Don't worry, young ladies! We are in a strange predicament, but we are not hostile, I can assure you. You should eat a trash salad, Miri. I don't think I want to. I don't think I do. I appreciate you for enlightening me about them. But, I don't think I want them. I'm good. Yeah, this is still weird, but don't worry. We're not tied to whatever this is. Welcome, by the way. I haven't thought about cheese logs in a long time. Marco smiled at them. He was a little awkward. He always was awkward around strangers, but perhaps there was another reason this time. I didn't pursue it and instead tried to help calm down the teenagers. Yeah, it's okay. We're all in the same boat here. They didn't really look reassured at all. No, I do. I'm glad you informed me and taught me something. I love to learn. I do. I just won't eat it. No, it's the truth. I just won't eat it that way. The old man cleared his throat before extending a metaphorical hand to them. Due to our circumstances, we have chosen to call ourselves by nicknames. I am A. This lovely girl at my side is E. This boy is S. And there is M. And the pink lady is J. What may we call you? The twin in front spoke after a moment of hesitation. My name is H, and my sister is G then. Hannah and Gretel. Right afterwards, the man who'd previously ignored us approached us again. He wasn't He either wasn't a fan of being excluded, despite the fact it was of his own doing, or he noticed the group grew big enough for him to care about it.
So what the fuck is going on here?
Harold and Gideon, maybe. Maybe.
Why can't I leave?
We are currently attempting to make sense of the situation, so perhaps we should do so together, don't you think?
The man thought about it. His presence was frightening the twins, who clammed up again. But first, we could use something to call you by. Surely you must have heard our nicknames, yes?
Yep, and frankly, I don't care what you call me or what name I give. So I guess you can call me Ray. That's good enough.
The train had long gone by that point. No other came by. I wondered if this meant we were a complete group now. We had a joker, an old man, twins, a childhood friend, a disabled girl, and a big idiot. Oh, and I was there too. The big idiot was Ray, of course. For some reason, I felt as though his head might have been a bit empty with the way he acted. He even bellowed at us post-introductions, asking us to check around again for a way out. We did so begrudgingly, but the fact of the matter was clear. There was no way out. Well, that wasn't quite right. There were two ways out. The first was ridiculous. If somehow the television screen allowed us to pass into another dimension, Persona 4 reference. Nah, there is no midnight channel for us. That wouldn't happen. Persona 4 reference. The only other way was to take the train, so through the tunnel. However, that was dangerous. Hey, I found a locked gate here. One of the twins called to us. Deep inside the dark maintenance hallway right next to the tunnel, there was a locked gate. Its bars were thick. What do you think this means?
It means it's locked. Use your eyes, you've got some unlike E-girl over there.
Can't you just break through it? He attempted to do so. His big build allowed him to ram into it with such force, and yet, other than a loud reverberating smash, there had been no effect. The door remained firmly locked.
What the hell is this door? It's not like any other. It's not like the other in the metallic wall. They're so fucking solid.
I guess we're fine just throwing ourselves onto the track. Unless we're fucking shit. Unless we're fine throwing ourselves onto the tracks, I guess we're just stuck here for now. Let's deliberate on what to do amongst ourselves, okay? It was then decided that we'd split up a little, talk about what to do, and reconvene. Jasmine and Marco split up from the rest, and I was going to follow up on them, but A stopped me.
Would you kindly speak to each of our little groups to get their opinion on how to proceed?
Well, I guess. You think it would help them make up their minds faster?
Yes. As much as I want to give everyone their space, we need to be sure of what we are doing sooner and not later.
I understood what he meant. We couldn't stay here forever. With a nod, I left them to head over to my friends. Actually, I wasn't down to that. Perhaps I could just speak to someone else instead. I figured I could go check up on the twins, Ray, or my friends. There was the option of talking to A again, but that was possibly just a waste, as I just talked to him now. I couldn't hide my curiosity over the duo he formed with E, though. Oh. I thought with the twins, because I noticed one of them had a ribbon on one of their ponytails. I thought the other one was going to have the ribbon on the opposite side to help keep them separated. But it looks like the only difference between the two twins is their eyes. Okay. One of them have a little bit more like eyes than the other one. If you catch my drift, right? One of them has more eyes than the other one.
You see it? Yeah? Right? Yeah? Yeah. Not quite. I wouldn't quite call them angrier, but they're more like, yeah. I wouldn't say it's angrier, but yeah, more fierce. Yeah, more fierce. There you go. More of a fierce look than the other. Now I can think about a trash salad. I'm gonna go out tomorrow and buy lettuce and bacon. Good. That's great. Okay. Let's go with the twins. Okay, so H is the one with fiercer eyes. I just talked about it. Let's scroll up a little bit between 3 and 25. Wolf says so right there. Oh, so you're S, right? Yep, that's me. I came by to check on what you two think we should do.
I don't know. I don't want to go into the tunnel, though. It seems too dangerous. Yeah, I agree, too. I don't want to put either myself or my sister in danger any more than necessary. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think the same way about my friends, too. No way! You couldn't understand that kind of link. I frowned, crossing my arms. Well, maybe I have a sister I want to protect, too. Do you? No. Then why bring it up? You're not making any sense at all. She just sort of watched the exchange. She was staring blankly. I was about to ask what was wrong before she pointed behind me. The others are moving back. They're going towards the screen. Oh, it got all fuzzy. What's going on? Huh, the screen is all sorts of noisy. It's full of white noise. Now that she mentioned it, I could hear it too. I turned around and went to join the others, followed by the twins. It would be funny to drop an obscure thing and walk away like piss grenade? Piss grenade? When I joined the others, I quickly made inventory of everybody's states of being. The twins were holding their hands over their ears since the noise was pretty loud. Honestly, I was close to doing much of the same. Jasmine and Marco watched it, waiting expectantly. Of everyone, they were the calmest of the bunch. Ray was being aggravated by it. Why are you talking about piss grenades? I'm not talking about you! You're the one who brought it up! His hands were curled up in fists as if he was about to punch the thing into next Tuesday. E didn't seem any different than usual. Granted, she was deaf, which explained why she couldn't hear it. A was slightly nervous, despite his usual countenance. Wait, they give me Anthe and Corona vibes? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Absolutely. I feel like you enjoyed. You haven't read the second book, right? Or the third? You've only read the first, right? I had to catch myself before I got too carried away. Where are you? Where are you in the books? I prepared myself for what would be shown, both of my hands closing in fists, middle of the second. Okay, I see. Excellent, yes, excellent, great. Excellent, yes. Let me know when you get to the really good part of the second book. I think you might know what it is when you get there, maybe, or you might not. Okay. I feel like, for whatever reason, every time you try to do book link, you always do book ink or book kink. Once the noise cleared up, someone showed up on the screen. My brain was struggling between book ink and boob link. He had a strange mask on, which seemed to cover his entire head. Smiley. Oh, it's the symbol that was on that poster. Just as strangely, he was dressed in a cultist robe and his hands were completely covered in bandages. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Why did I want to say rise and shine? Smile and shine, everyone! I am Smiley. I'm gonna head out, have a good one. Okay, have a good one between 325! Is Is BoobLink the proprietary Bluetooth protocol you use to connect your phone to boobs to play music from them? You know, okay, Bunny, listen, I think you just came up with a great product, okay? Sell bras with Bluetooth speakers in them and call them BoobLinks and let them play music so that you can play music from your boobs. I feel like you've come up with a great concept here. Now you just need to move forward with the process, right? That sounds great. Yeah, absolutely. But I think you're really onto something right there with that. Okay. Can you put Osu on your boobs? Maybe. Just imagine some well-endowed. Yeah, it sounds great. You must have a lot of awkward paper cuts if you have a boob book. I keep wanting to say boob book kink. I mean, it reminds me of that Twitter trend of several months ago, like, well, maybe even a year ago now at this rate, where like women or people with breasts were putting them in books and taking pictures so that the like cover would like cover up all the important things that needed to be covered, and you get your cleavage in a book. That's what that reminded me of. You know. Please listen carefully to all that I will say, as I will not repeat it. You will be missing crucial details to your survival if you choose to ignore me. I looked at the others briefly. We have to tell you not to do that. Of course you would search that trend. I didn't search that up. My Twitter just suggested it for me for a series of days. Okay, it just happened for a series of days, and I was like, wow, I really like Twitter. And then it went away, and I haven't seen it since. Okay. I didn't look for it intentionally. It was given to me by the grace of the algorithm on Twitter is all. And we had to tell you not to do that. I mean, I was never actually planning on doing it. Any mention of me sounding like I wanted to do it was strictly a joke. There was never any intention of actually putting my tits out on Twitter, okay? Everyone seemed as puzzled as I was, except for E. A would have had to communicate everything to her afterwards, most likely. The distorted voice resumed its speech. You are in my metro, Montreal's underground transit system. Much like how Montreal survives on its population, you are my lifeblood. Your goal is to win this game we will play together, the dating game. I understand a game cannot be won without a set of predefined rules, so 3 will be given to you, as many as the laws of robotics. For some people, that was true. Tits out on Twitter sounds like the inverse of... Maybe a little bit. The first one will follow this brief explanation over an important element. You all have a collar with a number on each of them. Oh, they're numbered. We didn't get that part before. Specifically, the numbers 1 through 8. And we have to find the number 9. That's what we were given in the before. To see those numbers, you will need someone else to push the red button on the back, which is when it will temporarily appear. This collar is extremely important, as it is both your salvation and your demise. You are 8 participants, but none of you can, as you are now, pass through any of the numbered gates leading back outside. The reason is simple. Your collars do not show the number 9. This would be rule number 1. To escape this place, you must team up with an additional person. If you break this rule by leaving through one of the many scanner gates before you find them, you will be severely punished.
So, we have to find the knife person, team up with them, and then we can leave.
Shh, it's important! Smiley continued as if this was only a recording. Yeah, I figured it probably would be a recording. Once you figure out the person who will help you leave, 2 among you will be allowed to do so. As for rule number 2, it is closely tied to the name of this game. The dating game, as you may have realized if you remembered how you arrived here, is meant to bring you to numerous stations in pairs. On every single station except for the one you are currently on, you are forbidden to enter the staircase with more than one partner. Breaking this rule will instantly punish you as well. Even though you can take the train and stop at any station, the train will not leave unless you have solved the station it stops at, or a group of 2 leaves the train and the door closes behind them. In essence, you must solve each station as they come. For now, you may only go in one direction, unless you would like to take your chances by crossing over the rails. I strongly suggest against it. I would strongly suggest... Oh, I already read that line. Sometimes when I read the lines, I forget that they add at the end and instead of reset the whole box. And I keep trying to read the beginning over again. It is not forbidden, but if a train should arrive at the same moment, your death will be a terrible accident. It's blocking our progress. And for rule number 3, it is more of a piece of information than a rule. If you are to be punished, it will always be in the same way. Decapitation. The word sent a tremor of anxiety throughout the group. H and G were both horrified. Jasmine was staring blankly, and Marco's arms were crossed. On the other side, A was frowning, and Ray was fuming angrily. I did say that the colors were 2 things, your salvation and your demise. The interior has a feature you cannot see from the outside, a red lining, which is the demise part. Breaking any of the rules that cause the lining will cause that lining to form a full circular laser, which will detach your head and cauterize the wound. I wouldn't want to make any more of a mess than necessary. As a part of this rule, you are also forbidden from breaking the collar. If it determines enough force is applied, it will punish you. I believe I have spoken long enough. Please do not underestimate the collars you wear. They are made of nigh indestructible alloy. Even the strongest among you will not survive their punishment. Let us wish you never see me again on a screen, because my smile is a smile which can kill. And just like that, the screen shut down. Everyone seemed rather panicked. Sweat was dripping off my forehead at the thought that this was actually real, and I had a death machine installed around my neck. We're gonna die, aren't we? It's okay, sis. I'll protect you against that chuckle fuck.
Well, this sucks big time. Can anybody here call a helicopter?
You think a helicopter's going to help? You moron, we're underground if you didn't notice.
Hey, I was just making a joke.
Is this the time to make a joke?
It is of no use to lose our calm, everyone.
I agree. We can't let this bother us, or we've already lost. Please don't panic until we make sense of this. But Ray disregarded her words, instead reaching for his collar. He slid his thumbs underneath it with great effort, as the collar was snug against his neck.
Fuck that, I'm gonna destroy this bullshit collar. I don't care what the smiling fuckhead told us, this shit is tiny and should break in seconds.
Wait, that's not really a good idea. He was already pulling on it. Almost immediately, the back of his collar lit up like a red alarm. He instantly released it, realizing that it is indeed a strong alloy.
Ah, fuck! I'm not dying here, you hear me? Stop this shit right now, I get it!
Everyone watched from the sidelines, but ultimately, the alarm stopped. Ray seemed to have gotten lucky. He leaned over, looking extremely tired. I couldn't blame him. really grateful it didn't go through with it. I think next time it won't be so lenient. Ray grumbled something, but I changed the subject to something more important to the matter at hand, while he went to punch the door without any results. Did you guys notice how he spoke? It was like a recording, like that was said a while ago. What's the problem with that? I sure wouldn't want to do this, live if it were me doing it. I'd be stressed out like hell. No, consider the reason why it's said this way. What if it's because he's among us? What if he's the ninth man? I realized that might not have been the most intelligent thing to say as panic rippled throughout the group. Everyone looked at each other, not sure who to trust. A came back from his talk with E. He told her what Smiley had said, most likely. That is possible. I suppose we will need to keep our eyes open then. That was ironic, coming from him. That guy, he kinda has Gray's build, doesn't he? Maybe it's him.
Why would I put myself into a death trap? This is the exact same progression of the events of 999. I mean, I wouldn't say exact same. It's a little different. This one, instead of like starting off at current time and running, this is currently a flashback. We've already seen Jasmine, the pink-haired girl, die. And then we got our memory back, quotes, and have started this flashback. I kind of wish it just opened with this instead of the flashback and just brought us up to pace that way instead of us seeing Jasmine die. I feel like it was kind of anticlimactic to go about it this way. But yes, the accusation about someone being the mastermind being one of the participants is very similar, yeah. Think before you speak. And my name's not Gray, it's Ray! You said two dumb things back to back. I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty good for a joke at least. Maybe the twin was trying to lift the mood a little. Jasmine sighed very loudly and shook her head. No, I don't think we could tell so easily. The fact they look big only means it could be any of us wearing a number of things to appear bigger. Could be, for example, us wearing a bunch of foam under a robe to appear bigger, standing on stilts to appear taller. And then you've been had thinking it's Ray. Yeah, that. See, she's not dumb at least. But more importantly, I know none of you trust anyone else now, but we need to do what he says. We need to check our collars and take the train. Oh, that's right. We still don't know our numbers. Let's do that. Very quickly, we all checked each other's numbers. Personally, I think it's Ray. I feel like, so my suspicion about somebody being the mastermind here, we have two options. Ideally, I see. We have the mastermind being the ninth person we need to find in order to escape, which we have to find a ninth person with the number 9 on their collar so that we can leave. That's the requirement for exit, so I feel like most logically it would make sense for it to be them. Secondly, I am extremely suspicious of the girl who is both deaf and mute because I feel very slighted and reminded of the stupid plot point in Zero Time Dilemma. And so I have an innate frustration with this character even though I have no reason to, specifically because of the stupid gimmick in that goddamn game. Anyway, very quickly we all checked each other's numbers. Numbers 1 through 4 were G, me, Marco, and A respectively. Okay. Half. I have an idea. Respectfully, H, Ray, E, and Jasmine were numbers 5 through 8. Okay. Depending upon if that's like the number of listings, like is G 1, I'm 2, Marco's 3, A is 4, and then H is 5, Ray is 6, E is 7, and Jasmine is 8. 10. Yeah, Zero Time Dilemma was, I don't remember if I was streaming on YouTube, when I played that game or not. I don't remember. I don't think I was. I don't think I was streaming on YouTube when I played that, but, you know, either it's a creator oversight or it might be her because of how good she talks with being deaf. Well, no, they pointed it out. They pointed out that she talks very well while being deaf. So they mentioned that it seems like she probably lost her sight and hearing in adulthood instead. I'm just suspicious of her because of like I said, plot points from Zero Time Dilemma. Being very frustrating. Back from dinner, oh my god, what's happening? We basically just met the mastermind here. Are they? Oh, they are. That's surprising. And, we're going over the information we've been provided with the mastermind. Yes. Just as we thought. You met Dr. Smiley. Yes. And we are all assigned numbers. No one had the number 9. Strangely, too, our caller numbers also had a color. G had green, I had blue, Marco had orange, A had yellow, H had aqua, Ray had white, E had red, and Jasmine had purple. Of course it wouldn't be so easy, huh? And what are these weird colors? It wouldn't be much of a game if we could solve it in seconds. While we checked our collars, a train slowly arrived at the station. Its doors opened like a yawning abyss representing our futures. After several moments of inertia, I asked what everyone was thinking about. Is the train waiting for us? Jasmine stared at me accusingly. I shrugged in retaliation. Some of these, okay, this is going to be a big, a personal gripe of mine from a writing standpoint, right now. I already complained that I feel like it would have been much better to start the story without the flashback that we are still working our way through. But additionally, sometimes I feel like they were like, just trying to find big words to use occasionally, just to really make them sound like they're a lot more sophisticated than it needs to be. Like, retaliation, I feel like it's kind of a big word that was more than necessary here. Like, you could have just done in response. I shrugged in response. Like, you don't need to do big words all the time. Sometimes it takes the out of the writing when you do that. I was the one who opposed that thought earlier, but maybe it was true. Well, we don't have a choice. Yeah, like, I know there's so many words in the English language, but you don't always need to use the biggest one. I don't think anybody really wanted to go down the tunnel earlier. This is safe. Safe enough, at least. Ray grunted in dissatisfaction. Let's split into 4 groups of 2 then. I think for many of us, this will be rather easy to determine. Fuck that! If I end up with that smiley fuckhead, what if they get me, huh? You're the one that's afraid of that! But no, you're wrong. It's safer this way, actually, because listen. If we're in groups of 2 and someone comes back alone, what does it mean, you think? That's right! The only one who comes back will be super suspicious! I don't think anyone will act out if we all take a station at the same time. Which means this is the best course of action. Marco changed the subject, inquiring about our location instead. This side of the station is going towards the north side, right? It wouldn't make any sense if it went the other way, that's true. We're going north then. We've been heading towards the north earlier, after all. If we left the train, we were on the east side of the station. Let's go in. If we stay here too long, we'll die of hunger or dehydration, or even worse, if something else happened. Like a fight breaking out, I thought. With Ray around, that was possible. He already looked angry again. The sooner we're out, the earlier we can return to our lives, right? For now,
at the very least, I'm in favor of doing what Smiley says. Otherwise, we can't get out right now. Do you get it now, Ray? HG, you good? What about you, A? Are you good with E? All of them nodded. The groups all naturally split up amongst those two who arrived together. H went with G, A was the only one who could communicate with E, so he went with her, and for us, it was actually more complicated. I could go with Jasmine or Marco, but Ray would be alone. However, if we were meant to split up depending upon our links, that meant I needed to go with Marco. What sort of link could Jasmine and Ray have shared? Hey, Earth to S, respond! Huh? We can split the team any way you'd like. I don't mind if you pick who should go with Ray. Yeah, who has to babysit him? Ray narrowed his eyes in his direction. Narrowed his eyes in his direction? Oh, at Marco, okay. Yeah, I didn't trust Marco with Ray in the end. I felt like a fight would really break out if I put them together, which meant I really didn't have much of a choice. I felt like Jasmine could handle whatever Ray could throw at her, so I went with Marco. Okay. Besides, this was how the pairs were meant to be. We all had a link somehow. No, wait, wouldn't it be the other way? I'd known Jasmine for far longer than I'd known Marco. Huh? What was I thinking all of a sudden? Was I trying to crack some kind of weird code? It's like I was taking pleasure at solving the situation. I shook my head to clear it up. Maybe I'd been underground for too long if this kind of kidnapping was any fun to me. Okay, Jay, you're with Ray and I'll go with M. Is that fine by you? She slowly nodded at me. I feel like this is not the right choice, but we're forced to by the narrative. Like, I feel like, I wouldn't trust a tiny woman to go alone with a big imposing man who I feel like might, start a fight with people. I feel like that's a poor idea. We already saw her die anyway. For some reason, I felt as though she was dissatisfied with the outcome, despite having given me the choice. At least then Ray and Marco wouldn't fight. Everyone had their team set now. Since we couldn't access the other side of the station, there was only one direction we could take. The twins entered the train first. After noting it wasn't moving yet, my group followed suit. I figured the system was automated to some degree, or maybe the mastermind behind this could see us. A shiver ran up my spine at the thought. Were there scanners on the doors or something? Cameras we couldn't see. Suddenly, I grew very self-conscious. Don't think too much about it. I did earlier, and, well, things didn't go well for my head. She sighed in discouragement, closing her eyes for a moment. I wordlessly agreed with her. The doors closed, and we were greeted by a pre-recording speech telling us what the next station was. Pro-Chain Station! Guard Manger! With all this, I had almost forgotten. The train had French dictation here. It seemed the next station was a guard manger, whatever that was. Normally, I'd just sit down and stare blankly at the wall to see which of us would blink first. But since we were just a handful, I figured some chatter wouldn't hurt. The real question was about the best topic to pick. Okay, Smiley's identity, train's direction, the current time, the group's age spread. Let's talk about the train's direction. Was anybody else taking the train when they were abducted? Yeah, I was. You noticed it too, huh? The direction we're going in doesn't make any fucking sense. Why do you say that? Think about it, Em. We were moving towards the north side before, but our destination is down from the midpoint. We're going towards the south now, or southwest if you prefer. We were. For once, that left him speechless. I nodded. Yeah, that's definitely weird. I don't know what's going on, but the whole train changed directions in the span of a moment. Or maybe we're not in the same train anymore. What do you mean? She's saying we switched trains, but we forgot.
I don't really feel like I forgot anything personally, but whatever.
He waved dismissively at the air with a hand.
The next station's coming in shortly.
The air was so tense once we arrived at the station that I caught myself holding my breath. The doors finally opened, but nobody was in a hurry to leave. Station! Guard manager! Well, I guess we don't have a choice. The doors aren't closing, so if what Smiley says is true, 2 of us have to leave.
I don't mind going first, but if anybody else wants to, I wouldn't mind that.
Knowing him, he didn't want to leave the train yet. Maybe he was afraid of what could happen. I looked at the others, and eventually the old man smiled.
Very well. We will be taking the station then. Please grant me a moment to let E know.
I examined the station outside the window while he was doing that. It was remarkably similar to the one we were previously at. Large metal plates covered the wall. Whoever Smiley was, whatever he did in life, somehow, he could have had the equipment to modify every single station of the subway. Before I managed to frighten myself more, the old man saluted us to take his departure.
We shall see each other again, I hope. If not, safe travels, and I shall pray you make it out alive.
He left the train, followed by the girl. The 2 of them waved at us. Rather, the old man waved at us, but he waved at an empty compartment. Poor girl. How could she know to wave? She can't hear or see. The 2 of them continued forward until they stepped through the open doorway. As soon as E vanished inside, the door slid to a closed state with a soft thump. After that, the doors to the train closed as well, and we set off once more, this time without 2 of the passengers. What did I miss? We're in a flashback. We're getting caught. I'm assuming we're getting caught up to current time. So I don't really know. Pro-chain station! Bibliotech! I figured I could keep talking to the others while we were in here, but before I could do so, Marco said something. Yeah, it's all a flashback. We haven't caught up to where we were at before with the murder, and the body that we found. I'm assuming we're going towards the library.
I'm starting to get hungry and I don't really know why.
Me too, now that you mention it.
Hey, you know how hunger works, right?
What do you mean?
When you get hungry, you don't really get hungry the way you think we do. Like, there's some emptiness in your stomach and it growls, right?
Yeah, that's how I know I'm hungry.
In reality, this is just some kind of signal. Your body is like, hey, I'm not digesting anymore and there's some free space. Send the food! And then your brain receives the message.
I guess. You're the science man here, so I don't know all that.
Man, didn't you have biology class? You should know all this already.
If I had to guess, that was far too long ago for both of us. I've been working for a few years now, so I never had the opportunity to think about it again.
Yeah.
And besides, we don't really have time to talk about it.
Oh yeah, the next station's coming. If you wanna, I'll tell you all about it later.
I think I'll pass. Noticing how his expression dropped, I sighed and surrendered myself to his wiles. Fine. Okay. But later. Once again, the doors opened and nobody moved. Well, I'm going to move because I'm going to take a 5-minute break. It's time to stand, stretch, move around a little bit. I will be right back. Okay, I have returned. I'm so excited! I got 3 plushies! Ah! Yay! Oh no! So we got the Lapras, we got the Raichu, and now I need to pick out which one for the final one. Oh. Do I want to stick with the original plan of doing? Yeah, 3 plushies. Aha! 3 Ditto plushies. Aha! Do I wanna do the original plan of doing the Mew or the Pikachu? Wasn't there 4 of them? There was 4 in the poll, yeah. But I only had one spot. I really only want 3 of them because I don't need all of the plushies ever. Okay, I don't need all of the plushies to exist ever. Or do I want to look at them all and see if there's another one that captures my attention instead? Oh man. Oh man. I'll have to think about it after stream. There's like 44 of them, wasn't there? Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot. They're all so cute. They all have those stupid, dumb, cute smile. They're like, and it's so good. It's so cute. The door's open, and once again, nobody moved. This time around, I decided to take the lead. I gathered up my courage and stepped forward. All right, M. It's our turn now. Okay. I guess we can now know it's not going to kill us.
It wouldn't make any sense if it did. It wouldn't make any sense if it did, don't you think?
Holy shit, what the hell's wrong with Clover? Not Clover, that was Aishika coming in here to steal a soda, I think. I don't know what he took. Damn, Clover is loud. Yeah, she usually doesn't meow so loudly. At any rate, let's see each other later, okay, everyone? Come back in one piece, too. That means you're not allowed to lose your fingers or your arm or even your hair. I pulled him out of the train before he kept tilting himself into a bigger laughingstock. I gave a wave to Jasmine, who returned it in kind with a nod.
So what now?
I looked around. The station seemed the same as the previous ones. Giant metal plates, open doorway. I pointed at it. I think that's our destination. We'll have more time to talk once we search this place proper.
Lead the way, Mr. Intrepid!
It's heavy rain outside here. Oh, I love it when it rains really heavily, especially if you have like a tin roof and you can hear the ting 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 of all the raindrops hitting the roof. He made an exaggerated gesture towards the entrance, almost folding himself over like some sort of butler. Some things never changed, I guess. I took the lead anyway. How could I have not done so after that display of politeness? I stepped inside the tiny staircase lobby and I realized this place was actually decently lit. Perhaps it was just my eyes getting used to the relative darkness. The moment Marco walked through the doorway to ascend the staircase with me, the door behind us closed with a sliding sound. Right next to it on the inside was a small keypad. It took numbers. I see, so we're trapped. I guess we have to find the code to reopen the door or just move further in. You'd think Smiley would have put us in here directly and avoided the train business.
Whatever the case is, let's get going already. I'm starting to get really hungry. Maybe we'll find some food here.
I don't think Smiley would let us die from starvation since we're his lifeblood, yeah. Food seems to be wishful thinking. Still, there was no point in wasting time, so we went up the stairs. Oh, I see. What awaited us there was rather strange, to be honest. Oh, yeah, the library. That makes sense. Oh. Look at that fucking clock. What the fuck is up with that fucking clock? TMJHSLAGEDOCT. What? No, I don't think so. Have a good one, Ignis! Thanks for hanging out! Gals. Please be quiet. This is a library. There were rows upon rows of books. The bookshelves were completely filled to the brim. Here and there were a few little computers scattered around, but most importantly was the fact there were windows. There were windows. I don't see any windows. Unfortunately, all the windows had metal plates over them. I don't see any metal plates on windows. We weren't getting those open anytime soon. There was one window which was uncovered, but when I looked through it, it was a very bizarre sight. It was some kind of weird small room. I assumed this was the scanner Smiley mentioned previously. So this was our exit then. Not that I've been able to leave at that moment, since going through there would have probably killed me if I tried. Our search eventually also showed us there were a bunch of benches to relax or read books on, and some tables and seats were off to the sides. This place was rather big at that.
Oh, look, there's a little map here.
We can see how big this place is, and that must be the exit room up there. That would certainly come in handy. This place was decently big. I'll take care of this side, and you go look through the other side. Just let me know if you find anything cool or interesting. Like an ice pop. I said cool, not cold. I'm obviously talking about leaving this room ASAP. Codes, objects we can touch and take, and such. Roger then. Marco split up from me as I took in the size of the room. There were so many books in this place, I was sure I could have saved there my whole life, reading one a day, and still not be done by my death. Crack that code! moment to appreciate the architecture of this place. While I didn't really have a job related to that field, I was still allowed to admire the handiwork. Next to it was some kind of painting. I didn't recognize what it was, just some kind of landscape. A few of those were disseminated around these parts. I couldn't get up there alone. There were no ladders tall enough in this room unless we stacked enough books, which would take a year to do and be very dangerous to climb. We weren't getting up there. Who would make an inaccessible second floor? Maybe it's not meant to be accessible because it's not a real library. What if it's just a replica? Or if the books up there are duds? But why? I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to make this into a believable living space. Like a big study room. Anyway, maybe we can get up there if one of us lifts the other. If you think I'm gonna lift you up there, you've got some kind of delusion. That's all good, I can do it instead. I'm okay with it. Maybe if it ends up being necessary, then fine. Just don't drop me. Never gonna let you down. I can't even look at the fucked up clock. I really wanted to sit down, but if I did, I knew Marco would make fun of me. Even worse, it would make our search go by much slower. I decided to abandon that idea, but if I ever had a reason, I'd definitely take it. Look, an ATM! Well, I'm gonna use it to get some money out. He pushed a few buttons. Nothing happened, so he pushed a few more. At some point, he stopped pushing buttons and started smashing his hand down against the machine. Hey, whoa! Stop with the rage against the machine! Was that all set up for this bad joke? Was that all set up for this bad joke? This thing isn't working me and now you have to tell me I have to stop listening to music too! Well, it's probably not even an ATM. Why would there be an ATM in here anyway? This is a library! Yeah, but, okay fine, it's a library. Stop making so much noise. This game is perfect for you, Miri. I don't know. I abandoned the pursuit, choosing not to point out that he was causing a much bigger ruckus than I would have ever done. Near the counter was a rather large poster, so we wouldn't miss it. It read, "Please be quiet. This is a library." Do you read that, M? I guess we have to be silent now, or else we'd anger the librarian, and then we'd be banned from the library. Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone around, so I guess I'll be the library then, and my first action will be to smash our exit open. Though all I currently have in order to do so are my bare hands. If you really want to do that, then go ahead. I don't want to hurt my fist just pounding on it. Remember Ray and how he tried to slam open that door? Yeah. Our best bet is to escape this place is someone saying my name 3 times in rapid succession. Marco Martin, Marco Martin, Marco Martin. How do you feel? Still trapped because you summoned me here where I already was, you buffoon. Between us both, I definitely wasn't the buffoon. There was an area back there with a desk, a bin, some bookshelves, and a chair. It was a little cozy, but there wasn't enough for anyone to really study there. Looking up, I saw a hole in the second floor, surrounded by more railings. Falling over would prove difficult through that hole. Though that hole was a little silly too. It would be what I'd expect out of a mansion or something, but this corner was far too small to constitute that. Probably just for aesthetics. Hello, yes, I'm here to return my first edition of Her Bright Immaterials. There's no one behind the counter. I'm behind the counter. No, you're in front of it. I'm behind the counter for whoever would be on the other side. That doesn't... While he thought about what I said, I slipped away unnoticed. I saw Marco stare at a plant. That was pretty rude of him, so I went over to tell him to stop doing that this instant and learn some manners instead. However, when I came nearer, he lifted a hand as if to tell me to stop. Hold on. Plant.
plant.
Another one of your dumb jokes.
They're not dumb.
And no, I just remembered I knew a girl named Plant E before.
Really?
That's kind of weird. It's not really a name, more like someone's last name.
No, it wasn't her first name, you dumbass.
It was like, oh yeah! He snapped his fingers and his face lit up as if he discovered the secret to immortality or something equally as important. Her name was Anastasia Plant. She was a little silly in the head. I remember her. She had white hair. Really weird. I don't know if that was due to a condition or... Anyway, at least her last name wasn't Anastasia Rope or something like, or something even weirder like Anastasia America. Didn't know you even knew other people. We learn things every day. Welcome back, Alpha Ocelot! He looked at me like a sad little puppy as I chose to disregard his dumb joke, and then, after I gave him a pat on the shoulder to reassure him in his trying time, we split up again. This place has a bunch of garbage bins strewn around. They were all in locations close to the wall, even if normally they were situated in more accessible places, just in case you dropped trash behind them by mistake. If Smiley wanted us to live here for a long time, at least we're not short on suitable housing for Ray. What's up? He patted the top of the bin. Leave it to you to turn everything into a joke. Oh, I can grab into the trash now. Yeah, let's reach into the garbage. I looked inside the bin. Who would hide anything inside a bin anyway? Oh, that's awesome! Congratulations! I'm proud of you for improving your weightlifting capabilities. Wasn't that unsanitary? Smiley didn't know proper hygiene etiquette. After some consideration, I didn't either, since I assumed there would be something inside the bin. I tried moving it, but it was strongly bolted to the floor, preventing me from doing so. Hey, are all the bins stuck in the ground? Yep, I checked the others already. Actually, that reminds me, one of them had something. He produced a book out of nowhere. I repulsively grimaced at that. Marco, that was in the trash. Doesn't look terrible to me. I think it'll be useful. This book is called the Cephalocodex. The title is A Study on Variables of the Head. Weird. It has a key with an eye for a handle on the cover. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Why is that kind of book here? Aren't we in one of the installations of the MTS? The MTS stood for the Montreal Transport Society, which was a company that regulated everything in the metro, from the trains to the tickets to the staff. I thought Smiley might have been a member of that staff, now that Marco brought it up. If he wasn't, how did he manage to do all this? I'll keep the book, do you mind? Nope. Feel free to study just like one of those Bibles with an empty slot where a drunkard priest would hide a beer in some B movie. And it's locked. The little box has a golden lock, so until I find something to unlock it, that's the end of the road for that idea. I stood up and continued my search. I ascended the stairs. On the second floor, there are about as many books as there were on the first floor. And yes, first floor because it was the first on the ground. I didn't live in England. Actually, I was wrong about that. This wasn't the first floor, was it? We were underground. I took a moment to contemplate the idea. If we hadn't been underground, I would have been on the second floor, but since we were, I was probably on something like... I held my mouth in shock. I probably was overground now, actually, because we took a flight upstairs up from the metro in the first place. Oh, we're above ground. Maybe there's a way to leave this room and escape the streets. No chances. The windows are bolted shut, and this is just a secret between you and I. He spoke to me from below. I actually managed to pull one of those plates off, and behind was just a flat, solid wall. The window's here. He shrugged in disbelief. They don't exist. I wonder if this place really is above ground. Neri would make a great ladle. That is a great idea. It's like those, you know, the ladles that are like, they make the very end of the handle like a dinosaur head. And you can put them in the water and it looks like you got the Loch Ness Monster chilling in your soups. Right? Those ladles. We should do that, but with a giraffe instead. You're so right. That's a great idea.
One of those ladles is a giraffe, and then we should also make one of those, you know, grabby things. The little open mouth things that like where you can grab stuff for old people, but we should turn that into a giraffe head too. Yes, all sorts of great marketing ideas. Absolutely.
This clock gave me the creeps, and I couldn't understand why. Maybe I would be able to know the exact reason once I figured out its purpose.
Dear God, you are actually a marketing genius. I am. Yeah. We got great ideas here in chat. Okay.
You know, now that I think about it, your outfits made me a lot hungrier than I thought I was.
You work at a pizzeria, right? Pizza Who-it? Was it?
Driving around the city delivering food for people with futures. That's my job. What about it? Why are you in that get-up today? Didn't you have some exams? I had a shift this morning before the exams, and you'd be surprised at how much older people order pizza in the early hours of the day.
Yeah, I feel like, so I definitely see like the idea behind all the extra little like tidbits and stuff, because like when you play through 999, there is a lot of extra story and extra details and stuff that you learn throughout the story that all ties together very neatly when you complete the game 100% and you get all of the endings and everything. A lot of the extra details we've gotten here just feel kind of nonsensical. They do. I feel like they were trying too hard to like replicate what really made 999 so great, but they overshot in a lot of capacities. So it's certainly something. I mean, part of it also is probably me doing looking at all of the things instead of just trying to focus on getting the puzzles done. But the puzzles, I feel, since this is actually my second real puzzle that I'm getting my hands in, I haven't really felt like I've done too much for puzzles. They're absolutely insane, I'll tell you. Well, then, if delivering pizza delivering food for people with futures is your job, you should pay yourself a pizza then. The finals went well and you got a future, right, Simon? I tried to avoid outright declining to get pizza, even if my grimace was probably telling. Maybe, but I just don't really know where I'm going. So, about that future, it's not bright. He shrugged, not pursuing the topic any longer. It seemed like just as I dodged the topic of the pizza, he dodged the one about the future. We all had our fair share of worries. And don't call me Simon here, call me S. We have nicknames for a reason. Marco! Polo! I'm here, what's up? What happened to calling each other by our first letter? I shrugged at the defense, truly having no retort to that. I'm not sure why, but I find it very entertaining to see you dissect the story and what works and what doesn't, because I sure as hell can't do that. I mean, I don't necessarily know that I'm doing a good job of it. But you know, part of this could entirely just be me user erroring it because I choose to examine everything to get all of the details. But like, the humoring the idea about whether or not we're above ground, not necessary. Not necessary at all. We are in an enclosed space. Who cares? Who the fuck cares if we're above ground or below ground? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right, that's not relevant. It's not pertinent to the story. Like sure, maybe they could argue, oh, maybe if we're above ground we can get out easier, but we have
We have the idea of the way we can escape. If we're above ground and this is a super mastermind who has thought through everything, there is no fucking way they just have a door open conveniently to the outside on the second story. It's going to be locked behind the way to solve the puzzle, which is we need to find the person with the number 9 on their stupid fucking necklace. Okay, there's no way they'll just like, oh, whoops, I forgot about that door in the library on the second floor, which is coincidentally above the ground. No, not relevant. He was right. Oh yeah, I didn't have the time to tell you earlier, but remember when I said I recalled something about Ray? Do you remember something? Yeah, he was my teacher maybe 2 years ago. So he's a teacher of science things? These aren't only science things. These are also important life lessons. Essentially, you're right though, he was teaching some science class. Any clue about the others too while you're at it? Marco looked pensive. Actually, not a clue about the others, only Ray. Maybe something from university ties us together. Even more reason why we should have kept Jasmine and let him go with Ray. This is why I don't like visual novels too much talking, let me do things. I mean, I can see both. Like I like visual novels, obviously. I feel like the majority of the games I play on stream are visual novels. But there also still needs to be a balance of players feeling like they're involved instead of just clicking through dialogue. Right. And while yes, this is me choosing to interact and look at all of the stuff, but I feel like the way these puzzles have been kind of structured is it's basically I look at all the things, I uncover the things that I need, and then the puzzle solved itself. That was the case in the first one. This one, maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit more hands-on. But we're trying to find a golden key to open up the book to read. We also have this fucked up fucking clock on the wall. I shook my head, knowing full well that Jasmine had never gone there. Since I was up there already, I chose to check for anything special I could find in the bookshelves. There was just so many books though, but there was also some empty spaces between them. In one of them, I found a gold key. Oh, I thought that was to make me go down the fucking stairs! The handle was shaped like a snake. Shaped like an eye. All you have to do is find the key, is open your eye. Then with the second floor, I walked back downstairs. I opened the book after I sat down. While open, it became clear that this book had nothing in it except a large compartment. We write about the large compartment. Then we put the key in there and we opened it up. Inside the compartment was another key, but this time it was black and the tiny handle was shaped like a clock. It was actually really, really tiny too. Is this some sort of winding key? A key with a clock and the cephalic codex. Does that mean anything? Inside the compartment were some instructions for the key. My spot is at the end, after every other. As milliseconds add up to hours, line me. My spot is at the end. After every other. As milliseconds add up to hours, line me. I'm gonna guess it's probably at the H. I feel like I was really close to solving this room. I figured the key I'd found, which looked like a clock, could be used on the clock itself. Standing before it, I pushed it inside the middle bits regulating the hands. Like it could move. My spot is at the end of the line. Okay, so this is where I'm really curious. Is it going to solve itself? If it solves itself, I basically am just clicking through to do things, and it's just going to take care of itself. I want to have to solve this. I don't think it's going to have me solve it. I think he's just going to do it, and I'm not going to have any player agency or puzzles to solve. And if that's the case, I'm going to be severely disappointed in this game. If the game solves it for me and doesn't give me an opportunity, like the puzzle earlier in the infirmary. You know, that was the tutorial. I'm fine with that auto-solving, whatever. I would have liked to be able to do it. I would have liked to have been given an option. But I want to be able to do this. If it lets me solve it, I will probably stream this again next week. But if he solves it himself, I probably won't. So let's see if they give me any sort of agency in solving the puzzles myself, or if I literally am just clicking through dialogue and it does all the work for me. Because that's what it feels like. It feels like it's just going to do all of the work for me. Especially considering leaving the second floor just made me find the key, and I didn't actually have to look for it myself. That was kind of disappointing. Like I like to explore and I like to learn, but like let me have a part in it too. You don't buy a jigsaw puzzle and get a poster. Yeah. Let me put my hands on the puzzle. Okay, let's see. My spot is at the end of the line, after all of the others. Looking at the clock and what letters were on it, I realized what was weird. Oh yeah, it's got letters and 4 clock hands, not just 3. So wait, that means one's the hour hand, one's the minute hand, and one's the hand for the seconds, and the last one is milliseconds. 4 letters. Try last, maybe! It's at the end after everyone else, and it has 4 letters. Marco sprung up next to me after having overheard what I'd been solving. Here goes! I twisted the winding key to work the hands over and over, and they were aligned to make the word last. The clock opened. Yep. Okay, it has been now slotted in as entirely visual novel, and I just choose some dialogue options in the middle. I don't actually get to solve puzzles. I don't get to do anything other than occasionally get background and further context. Well, that's disappointing. Damn. Okay. Behind in the wall was a safe that seemed a bit cold to the touch. Yeah. It's a visual book. I mean, I know visual novel is like obviously a category, but like this is the bare bones visual novel, not a visual novel where like I actually get to do things, right? Like Phoenix Wright's a visual novel, but I actually am involved in the story there, right? Yeah. Like I like visual novels as a category when they let me mess with stuff, when they let me deduce things, when they let me make mistakes. But just having a game autopilot itself and I just click through dialogue is different. Yeah, glorified comic book basically, It's refrigerated. Let's see what's inside. He brought out some sandwiches and a piece of electronics. Oh, and coincidentally, we're getting fed in our first puzzle too. Wow, that's helpful because you've been complaining about being hungry the whole time. Like a small tablet with a code on it. That's likely our password to get out. But why is there food here? I don't care, I'm hungry. He swiped one and I took the other. I didn't trust the sandwich because they seemed really strange. But since Marco was biting down and didn't fall dead, I figured they may not be a problem with them. I just couldn't understand. Why? A few minutes passed while we ate our sandwiches. Marco was looking at his half-eaten sandwich. Something struck him and he pointed at it. Hey, remember when said something about sandwiches? Swallow, then talk. It's not polite to talk with your mouth full, and I don't understand anything you're telling me. He took a few seconds to do that, finishing up the bite he was chewing. I shook my head in complete derision. What he wanted to say was apparently so important he risked not being understood. I just remembered, sorry about that, what I was talking about earlier, about hunger. Remember how I said that when you get hungry, you don't really get hungry? I remember that, but it doesn't make any sense. Well, think of it this way. When you get hungry, your stomach goes growl, and you go, oh my god, I'm hungry! That's because your stomach sends a signal to your brain to tell it, yo, I gotta eat, bro, how long I gotta starve? But what you're feeling is basically that. But suppose your head wouldn't be connected to your body anymore, and you'd still have to stay alive by some miracle. Your stomach would still growl, but you wouldn't feel it. You wouldn't feel the hunger anymore. That means that the stomach is what gets hungry, and the head is what knows the stomach is hungry. Didn't we go through this? Yeah, we're reiterating it in a slightly different manner, so that way if we didn't understand it the first time, we can understand it again this time. Does that make sense? Like, it's a signal, that's what I'm trying to explain. But isn't it enough that you get that signal anyway? Yeah, that makes you feel hungry, but you aren't hungry. He poked my stomach. I pulled away a little to avoid his finger, but he'd already poked me. Get it now! What you just felt is the same way. I didn't touch you. In fact, I didn't even touch your body. All I touched was your shirt. And your shirt, well, it's connected to your skin, which is connected to your nerves, which is connected to your brain. Even touch is a signal, a sense. But did I really touch you? Now that's the question. I looked at him with a victorious gleam in my eyes. How do you know if you have a victorious gleam in your eyes? Oh, this time he was the one who would get joked on. Are you trying to create some sort of defense just in case you get arrested for bad touch? What? Marco lifted his hands in defense of himself. Ah, come on, no, of course not. I wouldn't do that. I'm sure that'll fly well with your eventual wife. She'll say, what? She'll say you were really good in bed today. I loved it. And then you'd reply, oh, I didn't really touch you. That was just a signal. What? This time I managed to make him avert his eyes. Simon 1.0, you made him uncomfortable. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Marco, 5,367 points. Maybe. That score was really lopsided. Hey, don't delay the lunch either. We gotta get out. We gotta eat and get out of here. Right, you got me. Fine. I'll just finish eating. Well, that was a thing. Okay. We got 30 minutes left. I guess I'll go ahead and just go for the last 30 minutes. Okay. Even though we were done exploring the place, evidenced by the fact we had the password to escape, I felt as though we had yet to see one of the locations. Back out into the hallway, a locked door barred my progress. It quickly came open with the password we found. Inside it was a stranger room. Oh, it's another one of these rooms. The best way to describe it was a bottleneck. The room was somewhat wide at first, but it led into a little hallway that could only accommodate the width of one person. And that hallway also had a strange blue glow on the walls, ceiling, and floor. Some sort of checkpoint. Looks dangerous. I definitely don't want to cross this until we know what to do with this. Since we were on a bit of a schedule with the other groups, also most likely finishing their exploration, I decided against looking at things more closely here for the time being. Hey Marco, you wouldn't believe what I found! What? Did you find the exit? No, wait, that's believable. Did you find the Queen of England? I found the exit. Great, let's go then. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Are you going to return to this? No. No, I'm not going to. I was originally planning on it because I had relatively high expectations for it being inspired and heavily saying that it was basically like a Zero Escape. But the fact that I don't actually solve any of the puzzles is a no. I'm not gonna come back. It's just reading, which, you know, I like to read, but I don't like things being auto-solved for me, and that's really disappointing, so I will not come back to this. I drafted up my schedule for the next week, like, oh yeah, I should definitely like this game, you know, it's like Zero Escape, that's great, that's awesome, I'm excited to see all the endings and get to explore the characters, but no. Nope. See, it had these scanners or something. I think it's going to check that we have the 9th person with us. If we don't... Marco didn't seem like the adventurous type today, so he wordlessly agreed to leave it alone for now. What have you been up to while I went to check for that? Oh, I went downstairs and entered the password. Both sides are now open. Alright, let's head back. Sure. We could also head further in by using the train on the same side we came here on, but that would cut us off from the rest. Probably not wise to do. Then again, what even is wisdom? I waited for him to continue on that thought, but he simply shrugged. I don't know. I guess that's a rhetorical question. Sometimes people do stupid things. Yeah, I bet you know a lot about that. So glad we got to see that password being put in and what was behind the door. Right. Yeah, like... We got a password. We didn't even get to enter a fucking password. They were just like, no, I did it. I took care of it. You don't have to actually do anything, okay? Well, I gave him some sass. I moved downstairs and followed by him. He grumbled some sort of retort, but I knew that he had nothing to strike back with. Once we arrived at the station past the little lobby, we waited for the train in silence. Usually it would take us a while, but I had a feeling Smiley might have rigged the place to make it go faster. He probably wouldn't want whatever he's trying to make us do take forever. The train arrived just as I'd guessed, and we boarded it momentarily. As we stepped in, I caught myself wondering exactly what the purpose behind this was. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you get multiple endings. Like, cause I had assumed the multiple ending splits would happen through the escape rooms. Because that's how it is in 999, is that you go through the escape room, you get dialogue with characters, and you end up choosing your routes or you end up unlocking bits of character insight, which allows you to get to different endings to go to route for the true ending. But there isn't any real choices in these escape rooms. We've had choices on the subway for topics to talk about, but like, and they limit those, so we've only gotten to have to ask like 3 questions per train ride. But they don't really feel like they're all that relevant. The train took off again in silence. The announcer once again gave us our destination, but I barely listened to it. Instead, I was thinking about how silly this entire thing really was. Why did Smiley even make us do this? Oh, okay. Why lock the doors? What exactly did we do here? We certainly hadn't accomplished a great thing. All we did was make a tablet boot up. Then we were fed the answer. I was fed the answer in the whole game. I didn't even get to do anything. I didn't get to put my hands on any of these puzzles. You said you were fed the answer. I was fucking fed the answer, okay? I didn't have my hand in anything. Like, at least, well, I was disappointed with the way that... Oh no, here we go. Well, I was disappointed in the way that the puzzle went for no sleep for Kaname Date. At least I fucking had puzzles, man. Okay? Well, I was disappointed with the way no sleep for Kaname Date when at least I had puzzles to fucking throw my body against, right? Even though I was so stubborn about the fact that I could just like literally brute force those puzzles, at least I had the puzzles. I thought you were going to sneeze. No, I'm getting angry. You know, at least there were puzzles for me to play with there. I don't even get that here. This game's made me realize, you know, you never know how much you miss something until it's gone. They thought I was gonna miss Jasmine. No, I miss puzzles. I missed my mouth. Finally, we arrived at the station that the old man and the strange girl had disembarked at.
Weirdest moment for nostalgia, but kind of valid. Well, you know! Okay!
Oh, that's surprising. They're waiting for the same train.
Huh?
Oh, look at that. A and E entered the train, and the old man carefully led the girl by hand. This is not your week for games. Motion sickness for Lies of Kazoo, and now this. I mean, I knew the motion sickness was gonna happen. And I set myself up for this, I guess, because I had like built up this idea of great hype and excitement about this game, knowing that it was in the same vein as Zero Escape, but the gameplay just doesn't. It's just not there. It's just not there. Like, you know. Mary, what the fuck went on in voice chat last night? I don't know. I was only there for like 20 minutes max. I was in there for a little bit because I was needing to go make dinner, but I wasn't feeling the greatest, and I saw they were in there, so I was like, oh, I'll hop in there for a little bit. And something, you know, I don't really remember a whole lot of it, but I remember Theater saying something about stroking his kazoo. And then we talked about Final Fantasy XIV raid stuff, Kuros and I. I told myself I was not going to watch the streams because I had already been motion sick for the day, and I didn't want to progressively make it worse. So then I was just like, I'm going to go make dinner. So, you know, that was how that went. I was just in there very briefly. Yeah, that was what happened. I learned that Theater likes to ride rockets too. I was playing Terraria. I could have watched that. That's true. But I was just chilling. I was just vibing. You know. He gave us a smile when he entered, patiently waiting until the girl was inside too before speaking to us. How serendipitous! I'm gonna actually end here, I think. Oh. Save and go is not how you leave the game. How do I leave the game? Oh, quit. I was building a train station. Oh, I thought you said you were fishing, and I was like, I don't really want to watch fishing. But that makes it sound a little bit more exciting. If you were building a station, yeah, that sounds better than just fishing. Got so worked up you gave yourself hiccups. No, I just occasionally hiccup. I don't know how or why. I actually think it's because I swallow too much air when I drink. When I drink water or like any liquid. I think I just swallow too much air, and that's what causes me to occasionally hiccup. What? Overall already? Yeah. My disappointment is immeasurable. So there's that. We're winning the election. We're winning the Miri election. Yes, apparently you are. Thank you, Lushy Giraffe. No, Curls, thank you. Thank you for adding to my collection. I appreciate that greatly. I'm so excited for these fucking Ditto plushies. You have no idea. Okay, I am so excited for these Ditto plushies. Let's see. What game will it be next week? I'm not sure. I'm gonna look through my gifted game list and determine that from there. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I like I had said, I was expecting me to really like this game, so I had already planned for me to play it next week, but I'm not going to. I'm going to find something else. I think I have a game from Party that sounded really interesting. AI something or other, where I think you can talk to the girls and like it talks back. I don't know. We'll see. I had a bad day, so getting to have a distraction in the name of Mary is a godsend. Well, I appreciate you being here, girls. I'm sorry about your rough day. I'm glad you were able to hang out a little bit though. I'll be back tomorrow. We're playing some Tales of Symphonia tomorrow. We're gonna start the Fire Temple. I'm really excited for you guys to see a little bit more of a character that has not really gotten much of the spotlight as soon as we start that temple. So that'll be fun. And we'll be back with that tomorrow. Start my usual Saturday start time, which is an hour earlier than normal. And then I will, you'll understand when you get caught up. Okay. I will read that probably after I use the restroom when I end stream. There's no way it's something called the Fire Temple. No, you're wrong, Facundo. It's not cool. It's hot. Aha! It's a hot temple. Yeah, it's hot. It's not cool. It's hot. Okay. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do the Fire Temple on Tales of Symphonia and then see where we end up at the end of that stream. I have an idea. I'm really curious. I'm really curious if I'm so good, if I've like played this game enough that I like know exactly how far we're going to be every stream or not. Because I've already I pre-planned a thumbnail for next week, and I hope I'm gonna be on track with estimating how far we'll get every chapter. But we'll see, or not chapter, every stream. We'll see. That was the most deserved can ever, by the way. Maybe a little bit. Let's see. Who do we have to raid today? You should raid this really cool streamer, Miridae the Giraffe. Man, if only I could, but it looks like they're also ending soon, so I don't think I should raid them. You know, I try to give you guys someone to watch for a while instead of just, you know, dropping you off on somebody who's ending soon if I can help it. Raid on YouTube. Let's see. I don't know that this person that I've set up to raid on Twitch has YouTube streams. Let me see. Nope, she doesn't raid over there. Or she doesn't stream over there, so you are out of luck. We're gonna go ahead and raid Little Poogie. She looks like she's just starting Pocopia, which looks like such a cute game. I have to wait until I get my hands on a Switch too, so I won't be playing it for a while probably, even though I might soon, because I think Ashika's gonna end up buying one for themselves, and they are really bad with staying on top of new consoles, so I will probably kidnap it when they're not playing it anymore. So Pocopia might be a game I play in the future, but currently not yet. So we're gonna just go ahead and raid Little Poogie over here. And I will be back tomorrow for Tales of Symphonia. I'm excited for more Tales of Symphonia time. And then on Monday, we'll start Danganronpa. Excited for that too. So we got lots of cool things coming, and I'm excited for all of them. And I'll see you guys next time, whether that's tomorrow or some other day in the future. It's always so great whenever you have an opportunity to drop on by. So thank you for making every stream awesome and fantastic. And I'll see you guys later, okay? Goodbye!